And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody. Welcome. Before we get started, we'll call this meeting to order, and before we carry on, there's a couple of notes I'd like to make. First note is that item number 12.1.4, we read the April 4th, 23 closed session minutes will be deferred to the April 27th meeting. And then a couple of other notes to make. It's very important to note that our CAO, Andrew McNeil, is not with us today, and that's because it's very sad to say that over the Easter weekend his father passed away, and so our hearts are with Andrew and his family, and he is in our thoughts and prayers. And as you can see, that Councillor Faye Ego is also not with us this morning, and that's because her husband, Ron, a past councillor of this town, has passed away as well. And so, Councillor Ego, to you and your family, our hearts are with you, and you're in our thoughts and prayers as well. And then we'll move on to the last item, a little more up on a more positive note. We did receive a letter from AMCTO, the municipal experts. Attention to myself, Mayor Brian Smith, re Laura Borland, who has graduated from AMCTO's Diploma in Municipal Administration with honors. So congratulations, Laura. You look great in red. We're very proud of our staff here at the town of Wasaga Beach, and this just proves what we've been saying and shows us that staff are excellent, and we've got some real bright folks who are giving council solid information, and so that we can make informed decisions. So Laura, again, congratulations. Very proud of you. And now we'll move on to the business of the day, and I'll turn it over to Councillor DeLeo for our land acknowledgement. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tionantadi, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships, and ask for guidance in all we do.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Moving on to item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interests. We have none at this time. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have a pecuniary interest. I may have a conflict of interest perceived. I'm the volunteer vendor coordinator for the farmers market, so I should probably abstain when the vote is taken there.
Thank you very much for that. Having none before me other than Councillor Timms' comments there, if at any point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Moving on to item number 3, which is open forum. Open forum provides 2-minute opportunity for public to speak on the agenda or any agenda item appearing on the current agenda, except deputations and presentations. So I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience that'd like to come forth and make a comment. Please do so now and state your name and address for the record. I'll ask a second time. And third and final. Seeing no one, we'll move on. Item number 4 is approval of the agenda. I do have a resolution resolved that the contents of the agenda of April 13th, 2023 be approved as circulated. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Item number 5, deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings. It's going to be one of those days, folks, so we've got a few here. The first one is a 5.1 Huronia West OPP Community Safety Media Relations Officer introduction. So I would ask you to come forward. Lindsay, Constable Giffen, Constable, yes. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. Yes, it's Griffin, Lindsay Griffin. I am the new Community Safety and Media Officer at the Huronia West Detachment. I just wanted to come here to do a little introduction of myself. I've been a police officer for 20 years, 16 of which with Toronto Police and the remainder with the OPP. I've worked in a few different areas with the OPP, being Caledon, Aurelia, and I've just recently transferred up here May 20th after my maternity leave. I've worked in a vast amount of areas throughout my career, and I'm looking forward to my new position up here. So being the Community Safety and Media Relations Officer, I'll be looking to work with the community members, charity events. I've already worked with the fire department. Basically anything that involves the community, as well as putting out any media releases in regards to, positive community events involving the community, police, basically anybody in the community, as well as any safety-related matters that need to be disseminated to the community, whether it's weather, traffic-related items.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Do you mind if I call you Lindsay, or you prefer Constable Giffen?
Lindsay's fine.
All right.
Your
Well,
worship.
welcome, Lindsay. I'm glad you said putting out, and I was hoping you didn't say fires. We've got the chief and deputy chief here. Might have been all over you on that one, but that's great. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. Is there a special a platform to follow you on social media specifically, or is it the same, you'll be working on the OPP accounts?
So I'm currently in the process of setting that up. I actually have my formal media training, which will be on April 24th. However, I'm starting to get involved in that. So there's going to be Twitter, there's going to be Facebook, which I'm part of the Central Region Facebook post at this time, but I'll make sure that you have all that information. There was some that went out on Easter weekend in relation to the officers, but I'll make sure that you have all that as well, so it can be followed by our community and council as well. Yeah, of course.
Other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, welcome again. You're in good hands over there. You've got a great group of men and women who are doing a great job at protecting our community, Lindsay, and we look forward to more complex and better relations with respect to media, and hearing all the good things as well as the bad, unfortunately, that you do. So thank you for what you do, and be safe out there.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 5.2, presentation, Lakehead University, Lakehead University's Aurelia campus. Good morning. Michael Dehan, am I pronouncing that correct?
That's pretty good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Good morning, Michael. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I get to control the PowerPoint deck today, so that's great. It's a big day, absolutely. Good morning, Mayor Smith and Council. Great to be here with you today on this sunny day. My name is Mike Denhan. I'm Vice President of External Relations for Lakehead University. I live in Simcoe County, but I work on both campuses, the Aurelia campus and the Thunder Bay campus of Lakehead University. And happy to be here and give you an update on Simcoe County's university. Yeah, let's see if I can do this well. Oh, look at that. Okay. Sorry, it's the first time I'm doing this with the actually controlling the slides. As a first-generation Canadian, I learned the value of university from my dad. He was fortunate enough to go to university after he immigrated to Canada from Holland in the early 50s. And after he graduated from Banting Memorial in Alliston. My dad pushed me to go to university as well, and I now work at a university that works hard to ensure that any student from any walk of life can have access to a university education and thrive. Since 2006, our mandate has been to provide learners with access to degree-level education. When the Aurelia campus was established in 2006, the degree attainment rate in Simcoe County was below the provincial and national levels. In 2016, only 18.3% of people aged 25 to 64 in Simcoe County had a bachelor's degree or higher, less than the provincial average of 32%. Since 2016, Lakehead Aurelia has seen tremendous growth in its student population. We've seen a 41% increase in university degree enrollment at Lakehead Aurelia. 45% of our students come from Simcoe County. Lakehead's committed to helping students overcome barriers to access and offering every student a transformative experience. And this is reflected in the statistics you see on the screen up there. 94% of students have at least one barrier to education, from financial to accessibility requirements. Over 50% of our student population is the first in their family to go to post-secondary education. So our smaller campus tends to feel more like home and more familiar for them. One of our biggest draws is the fact that we are in Simcoe County. Lakehead works hard to support students and their success. We also play a significant role in the economic developments of our region. The economic impact of the Aurelia campus alone is $245.7 million per year, and that doesn't factor in Lakehead's overall $3.6 billion impact on Ontario's GDP as a whole. Having a university here in Simcoe County generates a number of benefits. Attracts students from other parts of the province to the county, increasing the number of students that will stay and live here. We have over 2,500 Lakehead University alumni living within the county alone. We also attract students from other countries, increasing the diversity of the population to the overall region. Lakehead Aurelia currently has 118 international students from 29 different countries. We've seen a 28% increase in on-campus population from 2018, and after graduating, these students apply for work permits that allows them to work here for 3 years full-time, and that then allows them to apply for permanent residency. We also attract talent to the area through faculty and staff who move to Simcoe County and become residents, contributing as taxpayers, but also as residents, buying local, living local, etc. Over 250 faculty and staff are employed at Lakehead, including myself and my two colleagues, Jacqueline and Melanie, behind me. In our partnership with Georgian College, we've introduced new STEM programming, including highly sought-after programs in computer science and electrical engineering, with a new engineering program set to launch this fall. Having Lakehead here in Simcoe County means that students can stay in their home community to study, which makes them more likely to stay here once they've completed their degree. Out of the 2,100 Lakehead University Aurelia campus students and Lakehead Georgian students, 950 of them come from across Simcoe County and 13 from the town of Wasaga Beach. We also have many alumni living and working in your community, like Chris Weber, who is the finance manager at Allison Volkswagen, living in Wasaga Beach. Lena Spears, who is a compensation assistant with the Department of National Defense, and she lives in Wasaga Beach as well. But it's also about increasing access to new talent. When asked how many of our students find work after graduation, we can proudly say that 97% of graduates from the Aurelia campus find work within their field of study within 2 years. That's been consistently above the provincial average for many years. Lakehead also connects local employers with talented students and graduates seeking part-time, full-time, and cooperative work experiences. While Lakehead University is a relatively small campus, we are consistently one of the leaders in research productivity and impact. Since 2006, the Aurelia faculty researchers have been awarded more than $6.3 million in research funding for things like cybersecurity, arts, the environment, EDI research. In fact, Dr. Wu and a team of faculty researchers and students at Lakehead University partnered with Community Futures South Georgian Bay and Regional Tourism Organization, 7, to conduct research into the IT tools being used by small businesses, tourism operators, and others in order to identify needs and gaps and evaluate a broad range of IT systems and services available to tourism operators and identify integration challenges and opportunities. In addition to industry partnerships for collaboration to conduct research, Lakehead also provides access to resources for industry and education opportunities. As you can all imagine, education must evolve to continue meeting the needs of our region. Lakehead continues to work hard at this, at both the high school level and with people who are retired as part of a lifelong continuing learning program. Working with high school students in the Specialist High Skills major, we've offered the Ontario Youth Naturalist Certificate program in high schools across the county. Through the Office of Community Engagement and Lifelong Learning, our team of faculty, researchers facilitated lectures and workshops in the last year for over 750 learners age 50 and up. We're also partnering with local businesses to create micro-programming such as equity, diversity, and inclusion training to support the upskilling of our current workforce. So what's next? You can be proud that Lakehead is the highest ranked university in the world with under 10,000 students in the Times Higher Ed Impact Rankings. The Aurelia campus now has over 2,000 students, and we are out of space. We're also looking into the future and remain committed to serving the county. This means we aim to grow our student body population from 2,000 to 3,500, and we'll add 10 new programs that we plan to align with the future needs of the region. Our future is growth and service. It's my last slide. Thank you for the opportunity to give you this update. And I'd like to invite you through the chair to campus for a tour and a meal at any time. We can arrange that through my office. We'd love to host you on campus, Mayor and Council. And through your worship, I'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have for me.
Thank you very much, Michael. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not a question, but a comment. I was fortunate to attend a LeaderCast event for the business community at Lakehead a couple of years back, and very, very impressed with the campus. So
Great.
it's exciting. I'm raising a 13-year-old granddaughter, and I'm thinking, Lakehead.
Yes, go Lakehead. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Michael, very impressive. Number one in the world, under 10,000. You know, some people might look at that and think, well, how many universities have under 10,000? But I think you'd be shockingly surprised. There's a ton of them. So great job. Great presentation. We appreciate it very much. And I'll absolutely make sure that Carla reaches out and that we get council up there to have a good look around and meet some of the faculty and see some of our students from Wasaga Beach as well. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
I do have a resolution on this presentation. Resolution is that Joint Committee of the Whole and Council received a presentation from a representative of Lakehead University pertaining to Lakehead Aurelia's campus for information. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White, Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to item number 5.3 is deputations. And we do have a few deputations. The first one on the list is Ms. Rosabella D'Angelo. RIA request additional enforcement initiatives and strategies for noise pollution. Ms. D'Angelo, welcome. I'm sorry to cut you off. Just going to, excellent, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Smith and all the councillors and staff. And it's a pleasure to be here. And I do have a deputation. Is it a deputation? Is that what they call it? Yes.
The deputation, yes.
Yes. So my presentation today is about introducing audio cameras and I think video cameras as well. But if I read my presentation, I'm going to know what I'm talking about, or else I don't know what's coming out of my mouth. So I'm going to begin by saying that this report explains the need for preventative strategic enforcement measures to mitigate, decrease, and improve the control of noise levels in hotspot areas with hot button issues, and to update noise pollution control measures and review noise reduction efforts. The purpose of this delegation with respect to excessive noise from vehicles, including considerations for enforcement and potential amendments to the town's noise bylaw. There are many sources of noise pollution, which is pernicious in the extreme, where this report brings awareness to the unwelcome integration of high noise levels in hotspot areas. This delegation summarizes the prohibition of making unnecessary motor vehicle noise. Some examples include sounding a horn or revving an engine or squealing tires, although first responders are exempt. Many different regions introduced Project Noisemaker, a campaign in an effort to combat unnecessary, unreasonable, and persistent noise being caused by motor vehicles to de-escalate excessive loud noise in our neighborhoods. In Canada, the existing noise regulation effectively downloads the responsibility onto municipalities where air and water pollution are provincially and federally regulated. The World Health Organization said there's a strong evidence based on a very rigorous review of hundreds of studies suggests it's a major public health problem which addresses noise pollution and setting limits. It is recommended that noise levels be kept below 65 decibels during the day. The WHO says noise becomes harmful when it exceeds 75 decibels and it's painful above 120 decibels. Loud excessive noise is characterized as a noise nuisance to the general public, taking into consideration the nature, location, time, proximity of the source to residents and members of the public. It can disturb sleep, cause cardiovascular and psychophysiological effects, reduce performance, and provoke annoyance responses and changes in social behavior. At times, the noise is so intense it makes sitting on my front porch unpleasant, and it can be deafening at peak times. There is no balance with the needs of residents and visitors when there is no enforcement for time restrictions and sound level limits for various types of unnecessary high noise levels, particularly with vehicles and motorcycle exhaust emitting sound that is illegally modified or used in a way to create ear-splitting or headache-inducing roars. It's absolutely indefensible and a menace to the health and well-being of the whole community. A really aggressive approach needs to be urgently addressed where noise-activated and automatic speed cameras are the only sensible way to enforce the rules of the road and control high noise levels. The Government of Ontario has developed stricter and more specific regulations related to illegal aftermarket vehicle modifications. In April of 2021, the Ontario government took a strong action to protect road users against unsafe and aggressive driving with the introduction of Moving Ontarians More Safely Act. So, MOMS Act targets the worst violators by creating escalating suspensions for repeat offenders and setting lower speed threshold for stunt driving charges on municipal roads, with a new initiative to tackle excessive vehicle engine and exhaust noise in the worst affected areas. An example, Waterloo, Ontario, on February 28, 2023, Council approved a plan which will see speed limits lowered in school zones dropped to 30 kilometers, while limits on local roads and minor collector roads will be 40 kilometers. Major collector roads will fall to 50 kilometers when the plan is implemented this spring. Effective July 1st, 2021, the Ministry of Transportation implemented several amendments to the Highway Traffic Act under Section 75, with respect to stunt driving, street racing, and excessive unusual noise nuisance in Ontario. Ministry of Transportation suggests incorporating its speed watch programs and that they're committed to working with communities and local governments to improve safety for all Ontarians. Town of Wasaga has no restrictions that regulates the many types of sounds or setting allowable levels for a host of noisemakers, with many prohibited by time and area, while other types are regulated by noise level. These need to we need to review noise reduction efforts and update noise control requirements by adding provisions to noise bylaw that is designed to provide enforcement officers with the precision tools and equipment to curb noise pollution, such as those used in Aramosa, Guelph, Toronto, Ontario. Also, Edmonton, Alberta is an excellent example, and to make plans to introduce the use of roadside meters. So we're going to Guelph-Aramosa now. In June of 2021, Guelph-Aramosa Council was set to approve body camera for its bylaw officers. A proposal brought forward by one of their bylaw officers told councillors body cameras are becoming more and more popular with police services and bylaw agencies across the country. The number one reason is to increase accountability and transparency. And right now, Centre Wellington and Aaron are also looking into body cameras. He said the estimated cost of hardware and software for the body camera is about $7,000 to be paid for through a grant. The City of Guelph-Aramosa Noise Bylaw, Section 3, Part 1, under the Provincial Offences Act, there was a senior justice, Janine Leroy, set fines for 14 different causes of noise, effective October 4th, 2021. So this example would enable the town of Wasaga noise bylaw to address noise from various sources to reflect the new provincial limits. There has been monitoring and enforcement of the bylaw going on there for a long time. A pilot project dubbed TENSOR, which stands for Traffic Enforcement Noise Speed Offense Reduction, was launched, and part of that included testing automated noise monitoring technologies cycled between 9 locations from July to September of 2020. This enabled officers to issue almost 1,700 tickets under the Traffic Safety Act. This is in Edmonton, Alberta. So they issued 1,700 tickets under the Traffic Safety Act, where just over 1/5 of those were vehicle noise related. The maximum sound limit was 85 decibels in September of 2021, and that's in Edmonton, Alberta.
Sorry, Ms. D'Angelo, sorry to interrupt you. Do you have much more? We're at our time limit here.
Yeah, I've got another three or four pages.
So what I'm going to suggest then is
Okay.
that you submit that to the clerk,
Yes.
so as that council can have a copy of that to go through it, if
Yes,
that's
sir,
okay.
Mayor Smith, that's fine.
And I'll open the floor here then quickly for councillors if they have any questions or comments so far. Councillor White?
More of a comment of acknowledgement. I live on River Road West, and vehicle noise can be quite a lot. And we attract an awful lot of modified vehicles, whether it be motorcycles or I live on the river too, boats and whatnot. So I do understand your frustration for sure.
You have an empathy for me, do you?
Yes, I do. Thank you for coming to council today.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of everybody today.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms and then Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I have also lived in a very noisy area, so I completely relate to what you're saying. But I wonder about how speed, because I'm not quite sure about those cameras that you're talking about, if they're audio or speed cameras or a combination of both. I think the most revving happens when those cars are sort of chugging along and showing off, if you like. You definitely have hit the nail on the head about how much of a nuisance noise can be. I'm not sure, and this is a question, and I don't know if there's anyone that can answer this. Do our bylaw officers have an opportunity to be involved with traffic, things that are happening on our roadway?
That was part of my delegation.
Yeah, so that will be a question for our bylaw department. I don't know, I don't see our bylaw department here today, so we can take that back. We're going to refer this back to staff this report anyway, so we can get that information, Council. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through your worship. Just to confirm, although we got it recently, we did get a copy of your deputation, and I have read through the whole thing. And I don't know if you stated your address at the start. If you did, I missed it. Could we know your address?
Yes, through the mayor, Councillor Belanger, it's 1038 Mosley Street. So I'm right in the center of
Yeah,
the noise.
the reason I ask is that council has, in the past, had some concerns brought forward about noise at the skate park and different things, and obviously there's a lot that can be done, but there are certain areas that are more impacted by noise than others. I think I'm aware of your location, and certainly that would assist us if we are trying to zone in on a particular area of concern. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I want to thank you very much for your presentation. Have a great day. And we do have a motion here that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council receive a deputation from Ms. Rosabella D'Angelo pertaining to additional enforcement initiatives and strategies for noise pollution for information, and we'll refer this back to staff to have a peek at it. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Belanger, all in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to item 5.4 under presentations, we have Robert Russell, Planning Consultant, Inc., RIA revised development concept for 80 River Road East. Mr. Russell here?
Yes, Your Worship, he's joining us virtually today.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Russell. Glad to have you. Before I get to you, I think I'm going to look to planning staff to just give a quick update and give council an understanding as to why we're here today and what we're looking at. Trevor?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. This is a deputation by Mr. Russell on behalf of the applicant or owner of 80 River Road East. So just in terms of background, I can inform council that the applicant has made a pre-consultation application with the municipality that was reviewed and by staff back in February of this year. There has been no formal application submitted as of today, and I think that this is just simply a deputation by Mr. Russell just to inform council of what the concept might be with the applications that are being pending to be submitted. And it's for information purposes only, and for council to to be introduced to the potential application and to ask questions, if any, of Mr. Russell, but it is not a formal public meeting. There's been no application submitted, so I would just ask that we just remember that it's not a public meeting per se under the Planning Act, and that council not engage in any opinions being provided at this point, because that would be inappropriate and premature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Mr. Russell, the floor is yours, or the air is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As stated, my name is Rob Russell, Robert Russell Planning Consultants. I'm an agent on behalf of Perfect Communities and Braemont Homes. It was the purpose of why I'm here was stated fairly concisely by staff. So I'm not going to reiterate that, or I'll get straight into the presentation. What I do want to start with, the first part of the presentation, is I have a 50-second video, which is kind of like an aerial rendering flyby. And I'll just share my screen now and get that ready right here. Okay. So here we go. So 80 River Road, we had site plan approval for a 4-story building previously. When that site plan approval was granted, we were just about to start into the pandemic, and the landscape changed in terms of the development industry and the housing market industry as well, substantially. And so that led the developer to reevaluate what was planned and what was essentially all but approved back in 2020, and really because it ended up not being as viable as it should have been. So this is an opportunity now to reevaluate the site and see what kind of potential the site has. Okay, I will stop share on that now. And then I do have a set of architectural drawings. Oops. Okay. Sorry, YouTube was auto-playing another video after that, so bear with me a second, my apologies. And let's find the correct screen here. Here we go. Okay, so what we have here is, it was, as I said, this is an opportunity to reevaluate what the site could provide to the town and what could be possible on the site. So what we have here, as you can see, is it's instead of the previously approved project, which was a 4-story linear apartment building, which kind of stretched most of the length of the site. What we've done is we've divided it into 3 separate buildings, all joined by a podium and underground parking. And we abide by the downtown core height policies, which allow up to 6 stories on the outer 2 buildings. And, you know, obviously there's a few different reasons for height restrictions. One is, you know, just a total height in terms of, you know, what does the skyline look like? Also, it's privacy concerns, it's overlook, it's shadow concerns. There's a various number of reasons that lead municipalities to implement height restrictions. So what we've done is we figured if there's going to be a spot that we could exceed the 6 stories that are in the official plan, it would be towards the middle of the site itself, because there would be less impact around. And the official plan does allow for projects to exceed 6 stories. In fact, there's a policy that says that it can be permitted, but it must be evaluated on a site-by-site basis, and it would require a site-specific official plan amendment. So to that end, we're really just looking to present this to council so that it's, when the public meeting comes around, you're not blindsided by this. I've heard some other municipalities, in fact, I think about a year ago in Meaford, their council actually commented on that, where they were blindsided. They didn't know anything about a project that exceeded their height until it got to the public meeting. So we're trying to be open, we're trying to be transparent, and we're trying to engage with the town as best as we can. So what we have here is, again, as I said, 3 stories. And all of this area is below the stable top of bank. This is all information that was essentially approved in principle by the NVCA and the town and then the county. So we already have an established limit of development that we're respecting. Just some site statistics. One of the interesting things with this project is it's going to be a mechanical parking system to help with the parking efficiency. And so this will be, you may have seen videos of this in clips online or in news programs, where it's essentially you drive your car into a machine, you input, you know, your code or your suite number or whatever it is, and then it parks your car for you. Like it shifts, it's like a, you know, elevator / conveyor belt combined. I'm starting to see these in a lot of projects now, in areas where land constraints are tight. Some more floor plans showing some of the locker rooms, the amenity areas, you know, typical stuff that you see in here is, you know, there's nothing out of the ordinary with the rest of this. We have provided a bit of an angular plane in accordance with the official plan. You see, we do have a slight encroachment here on the east side in terms of the angular plane. Some of our pre-consultation comments are that we need also to show the angular plane from the opposite street line. So that's not shown in these drawings yet, but we will certainly provide that when we get around to a submission. Some more elevation views. And so general floor plan, and here's where this differs a little bit from the last project, is the last project was fairly consistent unit sizes. And for this redesign, we're looking at increasing the range and variety of the types of units to accommodate and to meet the needs of a wider market. You know, there's going to be some units, bachelor units, that are smaller. Those weren't in our previous plan before. So we're trying to appeal and market to a wider, you know, range of users. A rendering view, 3D rendering, showing the rest of it. You can see a substantial amount of green space below. We have some green space on the podium between the buildings. We've completed a shadow study showing, you know, the potential shadow impacts. It might be hard to see on the screen here doing this online, but certainly staff have this drawing set if anyone wants to look at it at a later date. And that really concludes all the visuals. The one thing I did want to end up with is I did want to read from the official plan, the vision for the downtown core, which is where this is. And I'll just read out the one paragraph here. Is the downtown core will become the center of Wasaga Beach's year-round residential population and serve as the community's social gathering place, a place to live, work, learn, and play. The downtown core is characterized by a concentration of employment uses, retail spaces, and residential units in a compact, mixed-use form that will create the critical mass of people and uses to create a vibrant and successful core. Downtown core is walkable in scale, where the majority of daily trips can be undertaken on foot or on bicycle, while placing an emphasis on the pedestrian. The downtown core will also be a multimodal hub. In terms of everything residential-wise that's mentioned in this vision, this project will provide what the town has already asked for through this vision. It's compact. It's walkable to the commercial area of the downtown core. It's going to be so in some ways a landmark type design and project. And that concludes my presentation. And we're here just, again, to let council know about this project. And we welcome feedback, suggestions, questions that I'd be happy to answer. I also have on with me here Representative Gary Breda from Braemont Homes and Perfect Communities. I'm not sure if Gary had anything additional to add, but he can also answer any questions that I may not be able to.
Welcome, Gary.
Hello, hi everybody. Thanks, Rob. I think at the end of the day, Rob kind of captured everything. Just to go back a bit with the previous application, Sky Blue, the world has changed quite a bit since 2019. The cost of constructability on four-story buildings are just not feasible. Nowadays, banks are not even approving four-story condos because the costs are just they've gone in essence up almost 45% higher than 3 years ago. So we're also seeing the market change too as well, and that doesn't help the cause. Being a builder for over or almost 2 decades in Wasaga Beach, I personally have had boots on the ground. I've been involved, saw Wasaga Beach back in the 90s. Those are days that I wish that we can bring back to Beach One. I think Wasaga Beach has something far greater to offer in Georgian Bay than a lot of the other waterfront communities. And it really needs to come back to center ice again. I know it's been a challenge, but timing is kind of, in my opinion, my humble opinion, being a developer in Wasaga Beach for over or almost 2 decades, I think something has to happen, and the discussion needs to start. That's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Gary. I'll open the floor to members of council for questions or comments. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thanks for the great presentation. Looks great. I just have a quick question with regards to the waterfront on the river. Will you be activating any waterfront amenities?
We haven't planned that out for this particular redesign, but in the previous, the previous project that was site plan approved, there was going to be some pedestrian trails for use of the residents of this. There was just going to be a walking path, really, a few benches. So there isn't really any waterfront engagement per se.
Right, other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, excuse me, just to confirm, these are going to be for sale condos, or are any of the units going to be on the rental market, please?
That I'm not sure if Gary has made a decision on that yet, but I'll let him chime in.
I can say that the reason of the design for the 3 buildings was to accommodate all the markets, as Rob was demonstrating in the presentation, that I think Wasaga Beach needs a short-term rental market. I know it's a little discouraged, but I think it's something that definitely has to be considered with condo living. So yes, we're trying to capture units that would be for sale and even executive rentals that would be managed properly and controlled by a management company that would basically make sure that it's considered as executive rentals. I'll just quickly add that I did a development I think about 5 years ago at 20th Street and Mosley Street called Beach Tool. Those are, I guess everybody refers to them as the Toronto Maple Leaf and the Montreal Canadian townhouses because they're blue and red. But those are executive rentals that we do. And we manage that through an external management company to ensure that the property is kept up to date and that obviously rental activity is enjoyable for everybody in the area.
Councillor Timms?
I thought that I had read somewhere, Your Worship, that the side smaller buildings were rentals and the larger tower was going to be condo. Am I mistaken about that? I feel like it was in this report.
I can answer to that. The smaller building, I think the two-story building would comprise of about, I think it's 18 or 20 units, and that would have remained as a executive rental building. The other two buildings would have been condos for sale.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments from council? Gentlemen, I did see some of the square footage there. You showed us one unit as small as 27 square meters. That's about 300 feet, give or take. The smaller bachelorettes, I think you called them. Are these, what do you anticipate, and I don't expect you to give me a solid number here today, but what do you anticipate those units are going to sell at? And the reason I'm asking, the reason I'm asking this, I'm looking to find out if we have something here that we could consider in the affordability sector.
Sure, absolutely. So I guess one thing that's important to note too is the way we design the floor plates. These units are also what are called convertible units, which means if somebody wanted to not just have the bachelor unit of the 300 or 400 square feet and wanted to amalgamate it with the unit next door, which would be maybe a 1-bedroom plus den, that can become one unit. So it could be scalable and sizable to accommodate that market, because not everybody's going to want a 300 square foot unit. But to your question about price, the method of this construction project should be noted too is this is all volumetric construction. This building would be built literally in a plant and delivered. The disruption process of the constructability side of things on a project like this could take probably, I'm going to say 3, maybe to 4 years with disruption to the community because of construction activity, because this whole building would be built from the transfer slab up off-site in a volumetric process. And there's a wealth of information in the United States that's already doing this. Unfortunately, we don't have these manufacturers in Canada that do it. So these would be coming from south of the border. And the construction timelines of this would be less than 6 months. So it's very important to note too, a project like this would be minimal disruption to the community. The affordability side of it, based on the numbers that we've been looking at today with some of these construction manufacturers that have produced it, it's about, I'm going to say 10 to maybe 12% cheaper than the conventional method of construction. But this could all change in 3 years again if it takes us 2-3 years to go through the approval process.
All right, thank you very much. If there's no other questions or comments, appreciate your presentation. Any comments from staff? All right. So we do have a motion that the Joint Committee of the Whole of Council receive a presentation from Robert Russell pertaining to a revised development concept for 80 River Road East for information and refer back to staff. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Timms, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a great day. Now moving on to item number 5.5, another deputation with Wasaga Beach Corvette Club. Request for grant for Wasaga Beach Corvette Spring Fling 2023, and we have Miss Jessica Bigelke. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. All right. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Here we go.
Alrighty, for those of you that may not already know, Osage Beach Corvette Club has been in town since, and forgive my voice, I've got a week of laryngitis I'm still trying to get through, so. The Corvette Club has been in town since 1991. Unfortunately, during COVID, we've missed some of our celebratory years to celebrate the 30th anniversary. But going forward and coming out of COVID and rebuilding the club and having full enjoyment and making it a real big town event, we look to the town to participate and help us achieve that goal. We start off, it's the 28th of May. It's the last Sunday in the month. Usually it's the first outdoor event. We hope for good weather like we had last year, but a fantastic turnout. Cars and people came from Windsor. We had people from Niagara Falls. We had people from Ottawa. So this isn't just a small little club that gets together. This is bringing tourists and people that drive for this event that come out. That said, we need some help with some facilities and would like to please ask for some grant money. I'm not sure why we've kind of been an oversight for the grants that do get given out, but I'd like to please ask if we could be considered for some grant money. That money would go towards the porta potties that we do need. Porta potties run $400 to $450 for the ones including the sink. Like so. Okay, sorry. Along with those monies would be the rental of the barbecues. The barbecue is part of supporting Jumpstart, so the hamburgers and hot dogs that are sold at this event, that money is going back to Jumpstart. But it is a cost out of our non-for-profit, like we're having to purchase these barbecues. Same thing with the propane tanks, the food that goes beyond offered as well. So these are some of the reasons and the requests for some funding behind this event, if that could be also sought. And lastly, the last request would be promoting this event. So last year's event was a very successful event. I'm sure some of you saw the drone footage of all of the cars and the people that showed up to this event. We want to make it, of course, bigger and better this year. There'll be the bands and the live music so people can partake afterwards and enjoy. So it's not just all about cars, it's a family fun event. And promotion of it. I was finding a lot of people that, oh, I didn't know about this event. Well, where was it? Yes, we have a Facebook page for the club. Yes, the town puts it on the calendar. And that's kind of it. So my request and my ask would be to have the use, an exemption to your current sign bylaw, to utilize the mobile signs 30 days before the event in designated areas throughout town to notify the public. The Canadian Mobile Sign Association has actually done studies, and over 65% of people will notice that mobile sign compared to any other form of advertising, be it the news, the radio, the TV. That sign, you notice it on your way to work, you notice it on the way home from work, you notice it again when you're getting milk at the grocery store, and it's in your face, it's all the time. It's not just a one-time thing. So that's the request, and the please ask for the use of the exemption of the bylaw to allow for the mobile signs. So that's my ask for that one.
All right, thank you very much. Jessica, questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I can vouch for that event, drawing a lot of people from far and wide, because I volunteered at it last year, and I ask everybody where they're from. That's my own personal study going on in my head. But I would also like to say, with respect to the mobile sign bylaw, in my past career, I was an event planner or person most responsible for events big and small, and mobile signs were in fact my most successful communication tool. In my old city, I think it was, we could have them for 3 weeks, or you know, you're mentioning 30 days. And the people that would see that sign every day for 3 weeks, if they were apt to come to an event, they come. So my 2 cents, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I went to the event last year, and I like it at the new location down at the sports park. I think it's very fitting for it. How much is your group looking to ask for? And did you apply for grant funding when that request went out a couple months ago?
So to answer your first question, an ask of $5,000, and no, we were not notified about the process or the timing. We had just missed when I had found out about it, and the club meets because there's an executive committee for this. So we are the first Tuesday in every month. We had missed the cutoff date for the grant.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, you charge a cover for going into the event. I can't recall
Only
what
for
that
cars
was.
that are showing. So for the regular general admission public, it is free of charge. If you are showing your car, there is a, I think it's $20 per car to show.
Has your club considered adding a cover charge, you know, just as the Blues Festival has done as a financial sustainability and ability to not be so dependent on extra funds or community funds?
Yep, we have talked about that through and through. The census on that would be, is because it's a car show, a lot of people who are not car enthusiasts might be, oh, well, I don't want to go to that, it's just cars, there's nothing to do. To try and bring that extra draw, including having music and something else to do for those members of the family that might not be caring to look at a Corvette or two. So that was the feeling that the rest of the public might also feel, as if you're now putting, it's a car show, you're trying to get everybody to come out that maybe not like cars, and then to have a fee for passerbyers to go in and look at those cars. That was the deciding factor, that we think people wouldn't come out as much if you were charging a general admission to look at the cars. Whereas the ones that are in the show and shine in the competitions, yes, absolutely, there is a fee for that. And that's part of how we raise the money for the Georgian Triangle Hospice, My Friend's Place, and the food bank. Those are the monies that we give to them. It's the admission fees plus the fees from the barbecue that all go back to charity and our annual checks to them every year.
One more, go ahead. Deputy Mayor, you're on a roll.
Because you also had vendors. I think you had about maybe 8 vendors. First question, do you charge for those?
No, there is a donation to be there and part of, so anybody that wants to be part of it, if they've got a product or service that they want to promote, it is through donation on being there. Again, going to the cost to put on this production, and that allows them to engage in the community as well for people that might have not known that they exist. So they can enjoy in the festivities, have their booth, talk to the passerbyers, sell their product or service, announce themselves that, hey, I'm a small business in town as well. Here's what I have to offer. So it's kind of like a coming together and a community thing, but that's all done through donations. And again, those donation monies go back to putting on the actual event because it's a fee and it is of cost to do so.
All right, Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm going to apologize to Jocelyn in advance for this question. Was there any money, or do you know off the top of your head, if there was any money left in the grant program that was unallocated from earlier in the year? Oh, sorry.
Through Your Worship, there's no money left in the regular grant program, but this particular type of grant would go through the event sponsorship grant program, and I'm not aware of what the status is of their funding for the year. So it would need to be directed towards the events department for that information. And I don't know that I'm not sure if we have anyone here who would be able to answer that today.
Yeah, I don't believe we do. However, we do have a motion here that's, because we're looking for two things. One, we're looking for a grant, and number two, we're looking for some relief change in the portable sign bylaw. So we can, when we get to the resolution here, we could very well decide if we so choose on the sign bylaw today, and we could refer the grants part of that back to staff to get back to us on what might be available before we consider it. All right, Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to confirm the location of this event because last year we were at Stonebridge, and Deputy Mayor has mentioned Klondike, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
No, because we have 2 car events, and I know that you were at both of them. So is there an intention to move? No. So it's the Stonebridge. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think perhaps Deputy Mayor Snell confused the Corvette Club at Stonebridge with the car club. which was the cruisers, which again, an amazing, great event for our community, which was very successful out at the sports park. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, listen, it's no doubt the Corvette Club has been around a long time. They've done a lot of great things with and for this community, raised a lot of funds for a lot of other organizations, and so we appreciate all your groups do within our community. I do have a motion that, let me get back on track here, there we go, that the Joint Committee of the Whole, that the, well, I'm going to look to the clerk. Should we deal with this in two parts, Madam Clerk?
I feel that would be best.
Okay.
Separate two motions.
So then we could have a motion, Madam Clerk, if you want to read the motion then that you would suggest for, let's start with the signs, as that's less money.
Through you, Your Worship, the motion for consideration that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council approve an exemption to the sign bylaw to allow for mobile signs throughout the town for a 30-day period.
Do we have any questions or comments on that? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. I'm certainly supportive of us communicating events in a more effective way, because we know that communicating to 25,000 residents and visitors is a difficult challenge. And maybe the consideration is coming up when we talk about the sign bylaw, but of course when you're talking 10 signs, then you certainly don't want multiple events requesting multiple mobile signs at the same time. 10 is quite a number. We certainly have some thoroughfares that are used by every resident every day, pretty much, so I don't know if we should have some consideration for a number somewhat less than 10, only because there may be times where there's two significant events going on at the same time. I'm always concerned when we're setting a precedent, because then we know the requests will come in from other organizations about other events. So typically, and I'm not sure on the timeline, but typically deputations are received for information and then dealt with later. But those are just a couple of comments for council's consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. And I would agree with that. I'll take another couple of comments or questions, and then maybe we'll look at this motion. Councillor Timms, and then Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. In response to Councillor Belanger's remarks, I think in other municipalities there are sign locations, and when the sign location is booked, it's booked. So you wouldn't have multiple signs at the same location. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I struggle with this too, and I think that maybe we need to identify some spots. As I'm looking at number 8 here, the fire department lawn, and the fire chief is here. I don't know what his policy is in allowing event signage on his lot.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, through the worship. The fire department properties have been used as one-offs by exceptions. I know that cadets have erected signs there in the past, so it's been maybe a couple times a year that requests have come in.
Thank you. So then, Madam Clerk, what I'm hearing here is perhaps we should be referring all of this back to staff, and then we can get back to, bring that back to council so we can get back to the Corvette Club as soon as possible. So do you have a motion for that?
Absolutely. That Joint Committee of the Whole and Council received the deputation from the Wasaga Beach Corvette Club, and that the request be referred to staff and a report be brought back to council at a future meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through your worship. With the event being on May 28th, I just want to be sure that if this were to come back to council in 2 weeks and a decision was made in 2 weeks, if that's possible, I'd just like to understand what your timing is in order to secure signs, have them positioned, and ahead of the event. 30 days ahead of the event is April 28th, so.
Jessica, do you want to respond to that? Turn your mic on there, sorry.
Sorry. It would be tight timelines, but something is better than nothing at this point, so
Okay.
we'd be grateful for it.
All right, and it's unfortunate that we're looking at it at this point, but this late, but it is what it is, as Jessica said. Councillor Timms?
Your Worship, is there an opportunity to look at a concept like this as a pilot project and review it later?
Well, I would imagine council can decide what council wants to decide, so I guess you'd have to put a motion forward for that and see if it carries on the floor. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. The motion that I put on the floor for consideration has not been moved or seconded, so that is an option as well if council so desire.
Councillor Belanger?
With that said, I'd put forth amended motion to, at this time, approve 5 signs for the event as of today, and that council refer it back to staff and for future consideration but that at least they know that they could have 5 signs up and advertising the event in a timely manner.
Other questions or comments? So I think it goes a little deeper than that, possibly. I fully support the Corvette Club, don't take me wrong, and I do have a bit of reservation with respect to 10 signs. And I have no issue supporting a motion for a pilot project, as Councillor Timms has mentioned, and for 5 signs, but I think it goes further. I think we need to figure out where those 5 signs will be, that they they have to have permission of the people's lands and so on and so forth. And so, Lord knows we love to make the clerk's job more difficult. So I'm going to look to the clerk from what you've heard, if you've got something amendable that you can put forth to council. And again, the first motion was not moved or seconded, so we're on solid ground here, correct?
So do we, Councillor Belanger has moved a motion. Is there a seconder?
Do you... It's moved now. Okay, seconded by Councillor Timms. Sorry, DeLeo, sorry. Apologies.
So the motion on the floor for consideration is that 5 signs be approved and that a report be brought back at the next meeting regarding the grant funding and the additional sign exemption.
So nowhere in this motion does it indicate low signs or locations, I should say, correct? All right, we have the motion on the floor. We have a mover and a seconder. All in favor? Opposed? It's a tie. That motion is defeated. All right, at this point, I believe, Madam Clerk, we could put another motion on the floor, correct? So it would be the same motion, I think, except that we'd want to receive from Ms. Bigelki or the Corvette Club a list of locations that, or that the locations need to be approved by bylaw maybe, and that way they can just deal with it. Did you have something to add, Councillor White?
I'm sorry, we missed the option to refer it back to staff to have this done properly.
No, we haven't missed that option,
Can I
but
put
we have a
forward a
motion on
motion
the
to do
floor
that? Do you mind?
to do, I'm sorry? There's no motion on the floor currently.
Right.
So
May I
there
make a
was-
motion to refer this back to staff to get the sign and the money organized so that we can get an answer?
So the original motion?
The original motion, Your
Okay,
Worship.
absolutely. So we've heard the original motion. Does anyone need to hear it again? All right, mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Opposed? That motion carries 4-2. Thank you, Jessica. And since you're next on the agenda, the floor is yours.
Alrighty, so speaking of mobile signs, this kind of ties right in there to answer some further of your questions pertaining to the mobile sign bylaw that we currently have. So the current bylaw is a little unfair in the sense, if you're a standalone business, single business on a single property, you can have more mobile signs than one that's in, say, Stonebridge, where you're in a multi-tenant situation. So those larger franchises who pay royalties, et cetera, have a lesser opportunity to advertise and utilize the mobile sign versus those that are, say, Catch-22, for example. He's got his own property, he can have his sign as many times, there's not back and forth between tenants, but that's currently how the present bylaw is written. That said, the dates and times of promotion of the mobile sign, I wanted to bring forth some suggestions and having maybe a January to December rather than a rolling calendar year for the use of the mobile sign. Some of the dates in here prevent the use of the mobile sign during certain times. So if you have a sign, say now, for example, I wouldn't be able to have another one again until the end of May or June, therefore missing some opportunity and having to pick, which currently right now I have to choose whether I'm going to promote my business to our tourists or I'm going to promote my business to our locals, the way that the current sign bylaw is currently written. So to present some options, I'm not stating have a mobile sign in anybody's face for 12 months of the year, no, but if we were to have a January to December calendar year, say allow 6 mobile sign terms in 30-day periods per the entire calendar year, that would cover off a variety of different things that any business in town would want to utilize. So out of these 6 times per year, if you're, like February is Valentine's Day, we all know that, May through July, you've got Mother's Day to think about, Father's Day, Canada Day. September, you're rolling into back to school specials. October, you've got Halloween and Thanksgiving. And then of course, Christmas, you're advertising your Christmas specials, your Christmas parties, or your New Year's events. So that is the logic behind my 6 chances per calendar year. That way, anybody has an opportunity, whether you're a flower shop, whether you are a clothing studio, whether you're a dance studio advertising your back to school sessions for the kids. This would allow them to have that promotion that they so need. With respect to the charity mobile signs that I was just speaking about for the Corvette Club, the 10 spots necessarily wouldn't be just for one group. I had submitted the town of Oakville, like the maps, I think you've got some literature that I also submitted for examples of what other municipalities have done with their charitable road signs. The town of Oakville has a spread, they've got designated spots throughout town where you can place these signs. And say if ribbon roll is on one of these spots, and then I come along and I want also the front lawn of the fire department. No, I can't have it because ribbon roll are in use of that mobile sign. So there would be a schedule, there would be absolute control. It would be on a booking basis. The Corporation of the City of Mississauga also does this. I've also provided you that documentation showing you their spread of maps and then further detail of their designated spot, which is on a delineated road allowance. That in-depth map is also provided as well. Pretty much all of, like I service for the sign company across Ontario, and every jurisdiction has the ability to have delineated road allowance spots for their charities, as well as the town. So the town has events that they have, even if it's a job fair at the YMCA or the Recplex, people don't necessarily know that these events are going on. So these 10 spots, not only would they be open to charitable events like Ribbon Roll or the Corvette Spring Fling, they would be for council to use, for the town to promote their own events on and have access to promote their message, their public message, whether it's to do with a delay in garbage pickup, whether it's to do with an event at the Recplex. Those are some key ideas of things that would be a public service announcement that you could utilize these mobile signs for as well on the pre-designated spots. And I have submitted a list. It was under the Corvette Spring Fling charity sign locations. However, not just for the use of the Corvette Club, I was presenting this list as 10 spots that would cover a range in town that would be utilized on high traffic locations for any group or for council.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. Jessica, when you looked at those spots, did you also look at them not just on how busy those areas are, but also if there's enough space, if there's no opportunity to block sight lines, et cetera?
Traffic setbacks of these delineated road allowances. So these spots would maintain 3 meters back from a curb. These would be 25 feet, in from a driveway entrance or exit, so on and so forth. So those are the basic highway traffic regulations when placing a mobile sign. And again, that's 19 years in dealing with corporations, the City of Mississauga, Corporation of City of Brampton, for placing their mobile signs. So yes, these spots would maintain those setbacks for pedestrian safety and vehicle safety as well.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Just a quick follow-up. While I am a big supporter of mobile signs because I've experienced the success of mobile signs, I think it's also very important that our staff look at best practices of other municipalities, because we've all been through those municipalities that have sign pollution. And I know that none of us, including Jessica, want to go there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. To follow up with Councillor Tim's comment, I think it is important to get it right the first time. I do like the idea, but looking at your list of 10, for example, sign location 2, 6, 7, and 8 are all very close together in the east end of town, so they seem redundant. But perhaps one of those could be chosen to sort of fit. So I like the idea, but I definitely would like to see a report come back from staff in terms of best practices and best locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Other questions or comments? Absolutely. Yes, go ahead, Jessica.
Sorry, the intention behind those choices was if you had multiple groups or multiple things to advertise in that month, there was an alternative location. So you wouldn't have everybody fighting for one spot. There would be an alternative that they could go there in the area that they were looking for. So for example, if I'm sitting on that spot at, let's pick on the fire hall property, and Ribbon Roll come by, or there's a town event or a public announcement that needs to be had at that location, that it could still be facilitated. So.
All right, thank you very much. Other questions or comments? None. Thank you for bringing this forth, Jessica. I think I'm looking forward to see what staff come back with. I think it's a brilliant idea, and it's something we should look at, but we'll wait for the experts to let us know what they think. Have yourself a great afternoon. I do have a motion here that the Joint Committee of the Whole of Council receive a deputation from Jessica Bigelke pertaining to a new mobile sign bylaw for information and refer back to staff. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White, Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to, in the agenda to item number 6, Committee of the Whole, and I'll now pass it over to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now review the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent list and considered in the section for matters for consideration under the appropriate business unit. Okay. I will now, I will pass the floor now to Fire Chief Williams to provide the monthly update report.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. March included 138 calls for service, and that included 1 fire, 2 motor vehicle collisions, 13 fire alarm activations, 13 requests for assistance, 10 public hazards and rescues, and 99 medical calls. We also completed 43 fire and life safety inspections, 10.5 hours of community outreach programming, and distributed 14 social media messages. We've had a busy 24 hours in the fire department. Yesterday, our crews responded to an adult cardiac arrest where they used their defibrillator to deliver 2 shocks and got a return of spontaneous circulation. We also responded to a brush fire yesterday in the east end of town that resulted in about 3/4 of an acre of brush being burned. And this morning we responded to a small electrical fire in the bathroom of a home. With the spring weather upon us, we're all enjoying the warmer weather, but that also brings the drier conditions. And until we start to see some of the grass start to grow and the leaves on the trees, and until we have substantial rains, we will have dry conditions. So I'd like to take just a moment to remind our residents of the open air burn bylaw that was last updated in 2001. Each year, the fire department, along with bylaw officers, respond to a number of complaints related to recreational fires, and many of these responses can be avoided if individuals are following the rules outlined in the bylaw. And as a reminder, the only permitted material to be burned is dry season firewood. At absolutely no time is yard waste, including grass, leaves, or pine needles permitted to be burned, as well as construction waste and garbage. Fires are only permitted between the hours of 6 a.m. and 1 a.m., and they must be fully extinguished after every night. The size of the fire can't exceed 1 meter in diameter by half a meter in height. Fires must make sure that we are at least 3 meters away from any combustible materials, including homes, trees, fences, and overhead wires. They must be supervised by someone over 16 years old, and of course, we can't have a fire during a fire ban. Residents can find out about the fire danger rating by looking at any one of our 6 roadside signs, our electric sign at Station 1, the town's website, or follow us on social media. And it's important for residents to remember that the owner of the property, whether they're present or not, is responsible for all smoke and any damage caused by a fire. And fires that are deemed to be a nuisance by an investigating officer will be extinguished. If the fire department is required to extinguish an inappropriate or an uncontrolled fire at your property, the owner will be invoiced the cost to extinguish the fire, which is $543 per fire truck per hour. Additionally, owners will be issued a ticket of $305 for each offense under the bylaw. So in summary, it's important for residents and visitors to follow the rules of our bylaw to ensure that the community remains safe and to minimize the impact on the environment and neighbors' ability to enjoy their property. That concludes my monthly update, Your Worship, and I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Fire Chief Williams. Any questions or comments for the Fire Chief? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. And through you, I'd like to ask the Chief if he could elaborate a little bit about the Collingwood-Wasaga Situation Table Steering Committee. I learned a little bit about that at a meeting that we were both in attendance, and I think it's really worthy to elaborate so Council and the public know a bit more about the good work that's going on.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Timms, and I appreciate the heads up. I was able to gather a little bit of information for you. Earlier this year, I joined a steering committee that helped to develop this Collingwood-Wasaga Beach and Area situation table. Situation tables are becoming much more common throughout the province, and they are regulated by the Ministry of the Solicitor General. Our situation table is currently comprised of about 20 community agencies that are located in the South Georgian Bay area, and all of us regularly interact with vulnerable individuals within our community. Some of the examples of the organizations that participate are municipalities, police, paramedics, fire department, community health teams and hospitals, various shelters, community connections, home care, addictions and recovery services, and Ontario Works. And the goal of our situation table is to help frontline staff from the public safety, health, and social service sectors identify vulnerable individuals within the community and very quickly, collaboratively work together to ensure that they receive proper services before they have a negative experience or a traumatic event. So the team meets on a weekly basis over at the fire hall. We use a 4-filter confidentiality process, which makes sure that private information remains private. And practically what happens is one of the member organizations brings forth a case to the group. The group votes on that case to determine whether we're going to take stewardship over that individual or individuals. And with the individual's permission, we then quickly assemble an action plan and a team of individuals to connect with that individual and get them the appropriate help. Ongoing cases are reviewed at our weekly meetings, and of course our approaches are adapted for them. So, in summary, the program is all about mobilizing the right resources without delay for the community members that require it most. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Now we will go to Mayor Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I think it's important to note, again, this month our amazing firefighters have saved another life, and they do this on a regular basis. They see things that none of us want to see. They hear things that none of us want to hear. And although, we look at the cost per fire truck per hour, it's not cheap. It's certainly well worth having. And good job, Chief, to the men and women on the force to continue to be there when we need them most. So I appreciate that. Second part of my comment is with respect to the committee you've just talked about. I think that's absolutely amazing. And do you know, is there anything, any organization out there, Chief, that is looking to expand this? You know, we often see vulnerable people or people in general in our communities that need help, often don't realize they need help or realize it and have nowhere to go. It sounds like an amazing program, and it's something I think should be expanded.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair, I totally agree. The situation table is in its infancy. We're currently taking on our first few cases and trying to help where we can. I think 20 organizations is a great start, but as we go on and over time and develop, we're going to identify additional agencies that can be beneficial. So we have a group of sort of static organizations that attend our weekly meetings, and then we have a longer list of ad hoc members that we call upon when needed. An example of that may be our local food bank. They may not be required to offer assistance in every situation that we find, but certainly we know that there are a number of individuals in our community with challenges having access to food, and we will call upon the food bank to assist in those cases. So the membership is ever increasing, and I also look forward to seeing that occur.
Mr. Mayor?
If I may, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd also like to see just a very brief update in your monthly report on this program, so as the council is kept apprised of how well it's going and how many people you're helping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay, I will now read the motion. Resolved that the Community Services section of the Joint Committee of the Whole received the March 2023 Fire Department report for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay. I will now move to the consent agenda. I am aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote. 6.1.4. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the consent recommendation? I understand that Deputy Mayor Snell would like to make a comment. Deputy Snell?
Thank you, through your chair. I just wanted to speak to 6.1.3, the health and safety and mental health workshop that was done at the fire hall. Could you provide some information to the floor? I did see the report, but I think this was such a great initiative and so much needed, as we know, in recovering from COVID, and again, as the mayor had mentioned, you know, the trauma that your department faces. If the deputy could bring forward some more information, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Deputy Snell. It was an incredible event. It's been successful in other communities, the same sort of mental health awareness event. It's important to Chief Williams and I that all staff get all the tools that they need to support themselves. As the mayor noted earlier, we do see a lot of stuff. Just between Chief Williams and I, we have, between police, fire, and ambulance, we have 50 years of public service. And with our entire force, we're over 450 years of experience. And in that time, we have seen some stuff that we never should have been asked to. So it's important for us to maintain our mental health of our staff. We were able to open up the evening to additional staff throughout the municipality. Unfortunately, with the timing of the presenters, we coincided with one of the budget meetings that were going on here. But we did have staff from our HR department attend, as well as staff from the library, and as noted in the report, I believe it was 65% of our fire staff. It was incredibly important to us, through discussion with our staff, that we include our families in this evening, to give them a sense of the mental health, some of the symptoms that someone's dealing with a mental health injury exhibit. And after, the main purpose of the evening was to create some conversation, right? We've all heard of the Bell Let's Talk evenings or days and stuff like that. So it was really, really important for people to start talking about it. And it was really, really important that the families heard the same thing that our staff were hearing. So I think it's an amazing program. It was very well received. We ended up having to pull more tables and chairs out for people who just showed up, which was really encouraging, and we had lots of positive feedback. So that's part of the program that Chief Williams and I are going to be working towards, and to build and grow and foster, and working with Human Resources to be able to open this up to all staff so that they have the ability to hear the same message about our employment, our EAP program and stuff like that. So.
Sorry, just to follow up. Thank you for that. I think it's a fantastic initiative, and I really liked in the report that you're looking at diversifying the times and dates that it's made available so that more can be included. And I think it's a brilliant idea to include your family, because your family rides that journey with all of the frontline workers as well. So not only just in being able to see and identify triggers, but also to know that their mental health is just as important, because they are a part of that trauma as well at times in supporting their loved ones who are serving our community. So thank you very much. I'm very excited, and congratulations on taking the initiative.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mayor Smith? Thank
you, Madam Chair. I think it's just important to point out that certainly our first responders see the worst of things and of people. But it's also important to point out that the other staff who work diligently and faithfully for the town of Wasaga Beach to serve our citizens, they may not see the horrors that our first responders see, but what they deal with sometimes from the public is quite harsh, and for some people can be traumatizing. So I support this program 150%. I think we need to grow with that program, and it's important, as we are doing, that we offer it to all staff and families, because we have staff bylaws is a good example. I tell you, I wouldn't want to be the young lady or young man going to the door at a party with 150 people all drunked up, telling them that they've got to turn the music down. It's not a pleasant experience, I'm sure. And I also wouldn't want to be the poor individual on the other end of the line when, I'll use Smith as an example, Mr. Smith calls screaming and yelling because he doesn't like his tax bill or his water bill. It's amazing what staff endure on a regular basis, and it's not an easy job. So thank you, Deputy and Chief, for starting this, and I'm looking forward to us, again, it growing. Maybe Council needs some of that as well. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? No? Then I will read the consent agenda. Resolved that the Community Services section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 13th, 2023 consent list item 6.1, and all that the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. I will now move to the first pulled item, which is item 6.1.4. Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay. Once I read, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Mayor Smith and seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Now, I will move to the first pulled item, which is item 6.1.4, pulled by Councillor Belanger and Deputy Mayor Snell. We will first go to Councillor Belanger and then Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Chair DeLeo. I have a couple of pages here, but I had the opportunity to speak with our Director of Recreation and Events and Facilities, and I'll let him expand a little, but my concern in reading the report was that the contract, which is obviously beneficial from a cost perspective to the town, indicated 7 cleanings a day and as needed, but 7 cleanings a day on peak season on 14 and 16-hour days was a concern to me. I've spoke many times publicly in council that if we're going to be and maintain a successful tourism industry, we have to have clean washrooms and empty garbage cans, or at least not overflowing. And my concern is that if you're cleaning every 2 hours, potentially, you could have an occurrence that is very unpalatable and potentially be there for 2 hours in a very busy restroom. And then when our director explains, my other concern is when we say as needed, what is the inspection process that would ensure that we know when it is needed? I think all of us have been to, larger restaurants or facilities where you'll see the chart on the back of the washroom wall where it's being inspected every 15 minutes or every 30 minutes. So my concern ultimately is we need to have a very high standard of cleanliness in our washrooms. And I'll just also add that the contract is being awarded to a company that also has the MECP washrooms. And I would like us to have dialogue to ensure that the standard is across all washrooms on the beachfront, only from the perspective that our guests that visit us every year, often over 1.5 million, don't differentiate. The washrooms just on the far east of Beach 1 and on the start of Beach 2, their perspective is that's the town of Wasaga Beach. So those are my comments, and I'll turn it over to our director.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, to Councillor Boulanger. Certainly, Councillor Boulanger, you mentioned that there is a term as needed, and this was an addition to our previous contract. The bulk of this contract's specifications relate to a long-standing arrangement with this outfit cleaning the town's Playland Park washroom, although we are officially contracting them now for the buildings that we own, which would add the other two elements of the contract, which are the patio and the washrooms underneath the patio at the commonly known Bananas building. So as needed is certainly something that has been stressed, that we need to keep these facilities in as new condition throughout the entire day. But the second caveat that I highlighted when I spoke with Councillor Boulanger is that we do hold an element, and since our discussion yesterday, I did phone the contractor directly, and he confirmed that it is 100% at our beck and call if we want to plan for that. There's an hourly additional service that we can ask for, and on a Thursday when we know that we're expecting this bang up weekend of tourist traffic, and we know that all the parking lots are going to be full, etc., these days that we all fear when it comes to washrooms, we can add on, and the cost is written out in our contract. It would be roughly $300 for the town to add an extra attendant that would literally stand on guard at our Playland washroom building, and they would be there for the entire, let's say, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. to catch the bulk of the tourist traffic. And that is a caveat that we've layered in, and there is appropriate budget to add that in on any day that we need it throughout the tourist season.
Thank you, Chris. May I add something to that, if I may? Quick. Was there not a posting in the paper about hiring part-timers for the summer season to clean the bathrooms as well?
Yes, Councillor DeLeo, in the process moving towards this contract and the decision to recommend working with a private contractor, staff were considering whether we would create a washroom cleaning staff team. This is something that has been utilized by the town for 4 or 5 summers, and ultimately the decision was made as per the recommendation report that we go with a private contractor for the coming summer.
So just to clarify, you're not hiring part-timers?
No, we are not. The decision has been made to recommend using a private contractor over the next 2 summers based on the report that's before council right now.
Thank you. Any other comments other than Deputy Mayor Snell? Okay, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking, for consideration, to maybe consider putting some sort of signage in the washroom. You know, something playful and friendly, not one of those, you know, harsh signs, but something that sort of just speaks to the tourists to be kind to our washrooms, or, you know, to tidy up after themselves, or something like that. That might, some additional messaging might go a long way as well. Thank you.
Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you. Just to follow up, in our conversation with the director, we also talked about the amount of sand that's dragged into the washroom, and it ends up looking very muddy very quickly. And I was told that it's quite common that visitors are washing the sand off their feet in the sinks, and it makes quite a mess. So we did have a brief conversation to investigate whether a foot wash outside of the washroom would be something that we could look at, and our director indicated that that's something that he would follow up.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. May I add one thing, Chris, if I may? So the contract is for $99,000, my glasses, $800,000. If we're going to ask for more hours, that fee will go up?
Correct. There is a listed item in the contract that talks about $29 and change per hour for additional services. So that would be done on a time and material basis.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? Then I will move the consent. That the report titled Recommendation Report, Beachfront Washroom Cleaning Contract to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 13th, 2023 be received, and further that Council authorizes the Mayor and Clerk to execute a 2-year cleaning contract for the town's Playland Park washroom, food court washrooms, and food court patio at a total cost of $99,800, waiving the procurement policy requirement to collect 3 formal quotations for reasons outlined in this report. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Passed unanimously. This concludes the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Timms for Public Works section.
Thank you, Councillor Diao. I will now review the Public Works Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I am not aware of any items that have been pulled from the consent agenda at this time. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the consent recommendation? Seeing none, I will then move the resolution. The consent recommendation is resolved that the Public Works section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 13th, 2023 consent list item 6.2, and that all of the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items that were pulled from the motion, and we didn't have any, and were voted on separately, and we did not need to do that. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White and Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. I will now pass the chair to the Public Works Business Unit of the Whole, Councillor Belanger.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Timms. That's Development Service section. And I will review that section as a whole. At this point, I'm aware of one item being pulled, item 6.3.2. Does anyone have any comment or on an additional item? Seeing none, I'll read the consent agenda. Resolved that the Development Service section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 13th, 2023 consent list, item 6.3, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Mayor Smith and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. We will now move to item 6.3.2. That was pulled by myself, but in fact, this one required council's direction, as there are 3 options. So I will I'll read the motion and then open it for discussion. We'll hold the vote afterwards, but the motion contains the 3 options for consideration. So this is a planning matter for Simcoe Street, bed and breakfast report, JCAC 2023-0405. And number 1, that the report titled Recommendation Report 7 Simcoe Street Bed and Breakfast Kitchen Facilities to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting on April 13th to be received, that Joint Committee of the Whole and Council direct staff on the request by the owner to permit kitchen facilities to remain within a licensed bed and breakfast establishment located at 7 Simcoe Street on a temporary basis until completion of the town's official plan and zoning bylaw, updates for bed and breakfast uses, and 3, that Joint Committee of the Whole and Council provide direction to staff whether or not to process a town-initiated application for site-specific amendments to the town's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit kitchen facilities for the bed and breakfast at 7 Simcoe Street outside of the town's official plan and zoning bylaw update process currently underway. So I'll open it up for comment or questions. Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just a question to some of our staff, and I do have the answer to this, but I'd like the public to hear it clearly. So to zoning, building, and fire, are there any concerns here if we were to continue allowing this use at this point in time?
So go ahead, General Manager of Planning and Building and Bylaw.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and through you to the Mayor. We've visited the site, we've inspected the site. The installation of the kitchen facilities is done in full compliance with the electrical safety standards, with the Ontario Building Code. So we're confident that, continuing to grant amnesty to this operation while we, review our OP and zoning bylaw, that there is no threat that is beyond an acceptable level for the town.
Through the chair from the fire department, I concur with the chief building official's comments, and the fire department's okay with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further comments? As I pulled the item, I just have one in that I will support the recommendation for continued amnesty until we go through the process of the official plan. But I think I had mentioned it in previous meeting with Bill 23, we now could have any R1 residential unit potentially split into 3 units with 3 cooking facilities. And in my mind, if they were to pass all of our required building and fire safety inspections, that they would pose no more or no less danger than 3 cooking facilities within a bed and breakfast. So I certainly look forward to us updating our policy with the official plan. So I guess now, do we vote on the first recommendation, which would be to grant amnesty? I've already sorry? Well, Richard, you have a comment? Sorry, I didn't see you there. Go ahead.
Not a problem, Mr. Chair. No, I think what we should do is have a motion, or put forward a motion to adopt option 1, which would be to continue to grant amnesty while we work on the OP. So for that, I would need a seconder.
So I'll look to the clerk. Is that sufficient to be the motion on the floor?
It is, Mr. Chair.
Okay, having already read, do I need to read the whole thing, or we're just going to vote for option one?
If you could repeat the motion that's on the floor.
Thanks a lot. Okay. I'll repeat the motion. I just have to stop after option one, though. Okay, good. Resolved that the Development Service Section of Committee of the Whole hereby received the April 13th, 2023, oh, I did that one already, my apologies. That the report titled Recommendation Report 7 Simcoe Street Bed and Breakfast Kitchen Facilities to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting on April 13th, 2023 be received, and that Joint Committee of the Whole and Council direct staff on the request by the owner to permit kitchen facilities to remain within a licensed bed and breakfast establishment located at 7 Simcoe Street on a temporary basis until completion of the town's official plan and zoning bylaw. Updates for bed and breakfast uses. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Timms and Councillor DeLille. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I gotta find my other sheet of paper now, so I will now turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Schnell for Government Service Section.
Sorry, prior to moving to that section of the agenda, the third motion is seeking direction on whether or not the town should initiate an application outside of the town's official plan. So we will need to consider that motion, either option. And perhaps the Director of Planning can speak to that.
Certainly, through yourself, Councillor. The second portion, the clerk is correct. We are seeking direction from Council whether or not to proceed with an official plan amendment and zoning amendment specific to this subject property. It's not something that we're recommending as a staff or advocating. We're simply giving Council information that that is an option if Council chooses us to do that outside the process that we're already doing. We as staff feel that the process that we're already doing is sufficient, and that if you're granting amnesty, it's probably a moot point, but senior staff did want to provide Council that option. It's not one that we're recommending or advocating, however.
Thank you, but sorry, my understanding is when we cut off at the official plan and zoning bylaw updates that we were referring to, that we would allow it to be determined through the normal process of the official plan update. But if somebody's interpreting that differently, then...
Through the councillor, I'm certainly not going to take the thunder away from the clerk, but I'll put it this way, if I don't hear direction that you want me to do an OPA and zoning amendment for this property, I'll assume that the answer is no, we're not going to do that. So if that's satisfactory to the clerk and council, that's satisfactory to the staff.
So if that's where we're at now, is it not correct? So can we assume that staff has received direction?
We will at this time.
Okay, so Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't like to assume anything. We know what that means. My understanding as I read this resolution is that we are choosing one of three options. And so if we chose option one, I think that tells staff not to carry on, just go about the regular business of the town, and when the OP is updated, we will then, this will be solved on its own. I don't want to create more work for staff by having them do something that I think option one has done already. If I'm misreading that, then please let me know, but I think by choosing option one, we've already told staff, no, you don't need to go any further, and until the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments have been done and updated, we're good to go. So I think at that point, we're good where we are. I'm seeing some nods, so, okay. Thank you.
That was my understanding as well, so I think we're fine. So I'll turn it over to General Government.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. I'll now review the General Government Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I am aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote. Number 6.4.7, 6.4.8, 6.4.9, 6.4.10, and 6.4.11. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the consent agenda recommendation? Seeing none. Resolved that the General Government section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 13th, 2023 consent list item 6.4, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White and Councillor DeLeo. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so I'll move to the first item pulled, which is number 6.4.7. This item was pulled by myself. And I wanted to ask, thank you for coming, Caitlin. I wanted to ask, this is in regards to the facade improvement funding for Mr. Norm's ice cream shop. And the facade program has completed now, but can you explain the background on why this is coming in after the program has closed for this year, please?
Yeah, definitely. So typically when applications are submitted, the applicant will wait for council's approval prior to starting the work because they usually need the funds to complete the work. However, waiting for that approval is not required. What is required is to submit the application prior to completing the work. For this application on 1004 Mosley, the application process was delayed because the file remained open for so long, because at the time the ECDEV department was going to submit for approval. Bylaw flagged to us that the property did not meet one of the approval requirements, but it has now been cleared up. In addition, there was one further requirement for the application, but again, it has been addressed, and the applicant addressed it last week. So that's why the department has now been able to submit this to council for approval. And I also just wanted to add that the property really does look significantly better with the fence along the property. In addition, the property also undertook many other improvements as well, and they do have plans to continue their improvements this year as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would just like to make a comment, and when I was reading the report and I started thinking about the fencing, and there's a little bit of confusion, and I agree that property, that business looks so much better with that fence in place by their seating area. Perhaps just a suggestion to staff for consideration that perhaps facade improvement grant title needs to be expanded so that it doesn't make people wonder, well, that's a fence, you know,
Yeah,
that's not the facade. And it's quite specified when you read the grant criteria, but perhaps the title could be broadened so that even businesses would understand more about applying, because I know that in the past that grant has sat there and not really been executed well. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Any other further questions? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's excellent that we offer this program, and I think it's important to note that, I mean, the town of Wasaga Beach, in my humble opinion, should be doing everything we can to help our businesses to improve their business. I've often said that it's our job to bring people to town but not get them in your door. But when we have businesses who are working hard to improve their facade or the look of their property, to bring up the standard to a higher quality, which is what we should all be looking for in our community, not just in business but from a residential standpoint, that council should not be standing in the way to try and make it more difficult for individuals. We should be trying to make it as easy as possible within the confines of what it is we're trying to achieve. And I know that this particular individual went through quite a process to get the fence done, and then to get what I think is a great looking sign that really adds to not only the business but the fun of what Wasaga Beach is. And so, you know, we know that we have to be very careful around signage, and we don't want to create sign pollution like some streets in some cities, but if the sign looks great and it serves the purpose, I think that we need to be really open-minded to these types of improvements and support our businesses wholeheartedly. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Any other further questions, comments? No? Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Okay, so I have to read that one. Which one is it? There we go. Thank you. That Joint Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that it approve the Facade Improvement Program grant application for a single facade grant, 50% of the eligible work up to $2,000, submitted by Paul Vicari for the work completed at 1004 Mosley Street. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White and Councillor Timms. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the second item pulled, which is 6.4.8. This item was pulled by Councillor Blanchet and myself. Go ahead, Councillor Blanchet, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I pulled this item just for some clarification, as that I'm all for activating that area with the food trucks, and my understanding in reading the report is that cost of activation for some musicians or entertainment will be covered by fees. But I wanted to ensure that the activation of the stage on the east end was going forward as well. I see our Director of Recreation had to leave, but I will make it publicly. I was told that that area will continue to be activated, I believe, on Friday afternoons and Saturdays during peak season. So I think this is, again, another component of activating our beachfront more aggressively this peak season. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other further questions or comments? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're on the topic, I think it's absolutely disheartening and very unfortunate that the splash pad has been closed down. You know, we're still years away, at least a couple years away from construction, and to do the demolition of the best building we had on our beachfront prematurely, and to disconnect and destroy a splash pad that was perfectly working well, and gave a lot of children a lot of great excitement and fun, and families as well. To see that in Wasaga Beach is just extremely unfortunate. And so I commend staff, however, for looking at the situation we're faced with and working to make sure that we can at least do something there to create something for our full-time citizens and our visitors. So good job to staff on looking at this and finding some suitable resolution as opposed to the splash pad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Any other further questions or comments? I'll refrain from commenting because you took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's okay, that's okay. But it's a creative use of that space. You know, it's unfortunate to see it gone, but a great idea. So no further comments or questions. So that the report titled Recommendation Report Splash Pad Enhancements West of 1st Street to the Joint Committee of the Whole in Council meeting of April 13th, 2023 be received, and further that Council approves staff to proceed with the enhancements once sufficient tenants are secured to fund the land improvements as outlined in this report. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Timms, Councillor DeLeo, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, I'll now move to the third item pulled, which is 6.4.9, pulled by Councillor Blanchet and myself. Go ahead, Councillor Blanchet.
Thank you very much. I pulled this item for a couple of reasons, but first of all, I'm very supportive of how we review spending our advertising dollars and updating it to current standards. I believe legislation has changed that allows us to advertise differently on some of the development and planning requirements. But I did have some concern on the suggestion of a 6-month rotation, only because, you know, one of our local papers is a monthly and one is a weekly. And I think there needs to be a level of flexibility that there could be situations that arise that the timing during 6 months is not advantageous for the monthly, or there may be opportunities where we're having a significant event where we might want to advertise the same event 2 weeks apart, where we might want to utilize both papers. I'm very comfortable for that to be at the discretion of the staff responsible for making those decisions, but I just wanted that flexibility to be built into the report. Thank you.
Deputy CAO Marshall.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Boulanger, staff would appreciate some flexibility to allow us to adjust accordingly at times throughout the year. But our general plan, though, however, is to have an annual plan. So we've got our events scheduled, so we know what events is happening when, what weekend, when we're going to advertise that. For the most, you know, the major planning undertakings in the town, again, we'll schedule those in appropriately as well. So we know that when they're coming, what they have to do. Not to speak for our general manager of Public Works, but you know, again, planning when we're going to spray, what type of activities we're doing. So we'll have to have an annual plan that works and accommodates which newspapers in play at which time. But I think we can get there. And in general, the transition to online allows a lot more flexibility. So if we do want to promote something in a different fashion or enhance that promotion, online allows that flexibility for us staff to do that as well.
Thank you. Any other further questions? Councillor DeLeo and then Mayor Smith.
I have one question, if I may. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In the report, it stated that it was costing us in 2022 $140,000. That's what the report said. Going forward, when we split it with the 2 newspapers, will we see lower fees?
Through you, through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor DeLeo, sorry. Yeah, so the budget for this year is about $198,000 in advertising. Majority of that is 3 departments, planning, ECDEV, and Public Works, recreation, about $100,000 of that amount. Most of the money we think will be spent online, social media. We do want to engage in further advertisements in terms of tourism, invest with Sagan Beach, familiarization to videos that we can broadcast. So we do want to take some savings that we could get from hard copy newspapers and deflect them into online to get more exposure. And coming out of COVID is, I think, an appropriate attempt to reinvigorate and initiate activity in the beach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is not only an excellent way for staff to look at saving some dollars as we move forward, but I would suggest that perhaps you know, staff look at doing a media blitz, if you will, to inform people that we are changing the way we're going to be advertising many things, and educate the public as to where they're going to be able to find that information, pardon me, online. As you've heard us say many times here in this House, that the public often will tell us that they had no idea that something was happening or whatnot, and you know, we know that we're using all of the avenues we possibly can for people to find it. So I don't know how we're going to educate the general public anymore that as to how we advertise and what we're doing, but I think it's incumbent upon us to try and find a way to do that, because we hear this all too often. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Any other comments or questions? I had 2 comments. I think it's important to evaluate marketing plans annually, you know, because things change in nanosecond time these days, it seems. And I think it's important to, especially for the local communication, to be utilizing all opportunities through tax bills and WSAGA distribution to ensure that our seniors that aren't digital still get all of that important information. And I also agree that it's vitally important post-COVID to do whatever we can in regards to recovery from tourism. And I really support dollars going there too to bring more audience into our beautiful community. That being said, any other further comments or questions before I read the motion? Oops, sorry. Sorry, I have to go back here. That the Joint Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that it approve the, oh, that's the wrong one, sorry. There we are. That the report titled Recommendation Report, Town Newspaper Advertising to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 13th, 2023 be received. That the town transition away from the print advertising in newspapers. That to support both newspapers that service Wasaga Beach, being Beach Booster and The Sun, advertising business from the town should rotate on a 6-month basis between the newspapers, with town's business switching to Beach Booster effective July 1st through December 31st of 2023. That subject to competitive rates being received by January 1st, 2024, the 6-month rotation between the two newspapers would continue for the remainder of this term of council, and that the notice requirement policy for the town of Wasaga Beach, bylaw number 2021-47, be amended to reflect the changes noted in this report and be brought forward to a subsequent meeting of the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council for consideration. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White, Councillor Timms, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving to the fourth item pulled, which was 6.4.10. It was pulled by Councillor Boulanger. Councillor Boulanger?
Thank you, Chair Snell. I pulled this for two reasons. One is I don't believe our new council and myself are familiar with some of the year-end transfers and how they work through reserves. So I certainly would appreciate a bit of a verbal update from our Chief Financial Officer. But more specifically, on Table 2, this is one example where the second item, beachfront properties for $154,753, 50/50 working rate, beachfront demolition, and legal costs. I want to have a better understanding of what year these costs are falling into, whether the 50/50 refers to some of it being on taxation. And my original understanding was the demolition was $89,000, but that would mean that we have somewhere in the neighborhood of almost $65,000 in associated legal fees, which seems extremely high. And just the normal process, like this demolition, I believe, was done in early October. And if it is being carried over, I just want to understand why it wasn't charged to the prior year. So with that, I'll turn it over to our CFO.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just give a short summary of the actual year-end report. We submit the report annually to Council. We seek approval for our year-end adjustments that need to be done to close the financial statements and prepare for the year-end audit. So the purpose of the report is to request these transfers to and from reserves to cover the surpluses, the deficits, and the amounts that we need to carry forward for projects into 2023. And the amounts that are reported in the tables, they represent changes also that are different from the budget. So if we're in the budget funding a certain project, we've got it set to be funded a certain way, and then we need to change that funding, then we have to include that in the year-end report and request the ability to change the funding for that project. So in this year-end, we have a change for the Arena Library funding. So in the approved budget, the loan proceeds for that project were $20.1 million and $600,000 of development charges. That's how we set the budget for 22.
The actual expenditures for the arena are $16.9 million, and we're revising the funding to use $5 million of loan proceeds, $7.5 million of development charges, and $4.4 million of internal financing. And as a result of the funding change, the majority of the arena and library expenses are included in the year-end deficit for year-end. So that's why you're seeing that $11 million deficit, because we have to change that funding and we have to bring all that expense into that report. So it's important to understand that this is not an overrun or a permanent change in the final financing of the project. It's rather an interim change that we use the funding to mitigate interest charges, and we use the best funding available at the time. And when we get to the end of 2023, we will look again at that time, and we'll know how much in development charges do we have, what are the other commitments we're going to be making on those DCs, so how much of them can we use for this project. So we're still well within the budget, and we're just changing for this particular year how we're funding the project as opposed to how the budget was set. And that's the main driver of the report of the 11 million deficit that is showing. It's just the changing of the funding. The rest of the items that are in the report are standard. You have some budgets will come in, they'll have surpluses, other budgets will come in and have deficits, and we have to fund those when we get to the end of the year, and we do that by asking for transfers to and from reserves. So that is basically what the report's purpose is and what it's doing. And then with regards to Table 2, specifically, that is, we have $154,000 of a deficit in the beachfront properties budget. So there was a line item in that budget for beachfront development. And there was a plan to have some of the demolition costs paid for in 2022, and those costs were approximately $74,000 that came through. But over and above that, we spent a large amount in legal costs to do the beachfront development work for the agreement of purchase and sale and the master development agreement that we were working on. So we were engaged with Deloitte and Denton's legal firm. We engaged with them a lot throughout the year, and those costs were funded through that line item and exceeded what the budget amount was. So that's what the $154,000 is being funded for in that line item. The 50-50 reference is that we're asking to take that money, 50% from the working fund reserve and 50% from the tax rate stabilization reserve. So that concludes my summary. I hope that's answered your questions. Thank you.
Councillor Blanchet, any follow-up? Okay. Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm hearing here is that the cost of the demolition of these buildings and a large amount of legal costs with respect to the offer of purchase and sale, totaling about $150,000, are where the decision was made that expense would be borne 100% by the taxpayer, not the developer or the purchaser. Am I correct in that?
Through the chair, yes, you're correct that this portion of the demolition of the buildings was intended to be on the tax base and not part of the developer's requirement. Any further demolition that was going to occur after that initial phase was intended to be completely 100% paid for by the developer. I believe, and I'm not sure if anyone else can add to this, I believe the reason was we needed to do some works on the roads to get the area ready for development, and those buildings we needed to take down before we had actually completed the process. So that's the best information I have available to share.
Thank you. And follow up?
Yeah, if I may, I could go on for a while here, Madam Chair. Is there any other staff member that can touch on that? I'm struggling with the fact that we had to tear buildings down in order to do road work to prepare for a developer who should be paying for road work and development.
Go ahead, General Manager Lalonde.
I can certainly speak to it to some extent. Yeah, it was a condition of the agreement of purchase and sale that was accepted. Now, when budget was first advanced in, I don't know, 2021 or 2022, the direction was to advance phase one of the works, and phase one of the works included block one, which was Beach Drive from 3rd Street to 1st Street, as well as improvements along 3rd Street. The intention was to advance construction that fall, so when budget was established, including the demolition, was to advance those works as soon as possible such that the site is ready to go and certainly clear and free of obstruction. The Beach Drive improvements within that block include the setback of the road, as you may recall, 7.5 meters, and so clearly to undertake the construction works, those buildings needed to be removed to advance the construction. So it was, the demolition was aligned with the efforts and the goal to have the Beach Drive construction underway by the fall of that year. But things changed and we didn't advance construction. Demolition was even delayed because I know there was significant delays with having the gas service decommissioned, and Mr. Dooney would be best to speak about the demolition efforts, but it all aligned with the initial goal to have constructions of phase one Beach Drive underway by the fall.
Thank you, and follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to be clear before I say anything further that this is not a slight or anything negative towards staff. I understand completely that staff are following direction of council. So staff members, please do not take this personal in any way, shape, or form. But I find it curious that A, we were preparing for construction to start in fall, and I guess we're thinking fall of 2022. And we didn't even have an offer of purchase and sale firmed up yet, or know whether or not we would have a deal in order to start construction. And I find it curious that and I truly struggle with this, that we are spending taxpayers' dollars to remove buildings so as that what roads can be widened for development being done by a private developer. I understand that communities often do works in advance if they want to really move things forward, but I also believe that, you know, you've heard it said a million times, development pays for development. I can tell you I have purchased and sold a lot of land in my day, and some of that for development. And never once did I have a vendor say to me, don't worry about the cost to tear down the buildings or prepare the site. I'm going to look after that for you because I'm just a good person. This is just, I don't have words for it, Madam Chair. So, now we're looking to take the $150,000 out of reserves, one of them being a tax stabilization fund reserve. So I guess one question I have is how does development, or how does the demolition for development and the legal fees for development become a tax stabilization applicable expense to that reserve? And then I look at, you know, $75,000 or thereabouts in legal fees between two firms to prepare or to work again with a developer, and again, no slight in any way, shape, or form to a developer in this case. A developer, they're shrewd business people, and they are doing whatever they can do to get the best deal they can get. I understand that, and I respect them fully for that. But $75,000 of taxpayers' money being spent, if I'm understanding this correctly, with respect to the offer of purchase and sale for the lands that we've done the demolition on, so the developer can give us the offer to then purchase the lands and move forward with the development. And again, I don't know that staff can answer these questions. I really don't. But I feel a need to put it out there for the public to hear it clearly and well, forget understanding it, because I don't know that you can, but you know what, I'm probably best to stop there. Deputy Mayor Snell, thank you.
Go ahead, Jocelyn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add, the tax rate stabilization and working fund general reserves, those are our two main general reserves that we go to when we have something that we hadn't provided for. So they're very general reserves, and that's why we use them, and that's why we do 50-50 to try and keep a little bit in each of the reserves. We could have just as easily done 100% through the working fund reserve, but we generally do 50-50. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow up?
Just for clarification, so we don't have any obligatory reserves for these issues. These are considered general issues, so we use a general account then, is that right?
Through Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor White.
Thank you. While we brought up the term tax stabilization fund, is that intended for like one-time expenses that wouldn't be occurring year to year, or is that strictly just for any time to offset tax increases?
Through the chair, all general reserves are generally used for one-time expenditures because it's not sustainable to fund something ongoing through the reserves. So that's that part. And I'm sorry, do you mind repeating the second part of the question?
No, that answers the question. The question is that the tax stabilization fund wouldn't be used to pay off something that would be occurring again and again and again. It would just be a one-time effort, right? Yeah,
that is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? I had one myself, having pulled this as well. I think, you know, I think and I know staff are always looking at ways to generate more income for the community to help offset some of this growth and some of these investments that we're needing to do and take. But I would like to put forward a motion, and that would be to direct staff to research and report back on options of increasing parking fees for all municipal parking lots, and to review and report on options to revisit a tourism tax on accommodations. And I know that in previous term of council, the tax piece was looked at, and at that time, some of our neighboring communities were not exploring that, and so it was chosen to not move ahead. But I know that recently our neighbor Collingwood is planning to implement this. And I think it would be wise of us to look at what's the province charging for their parking. Are we at par? Because obviously our residents are able to purchase a very affordable parking pass to be able to visit all of our beautiful beaches through our municipal lots. So this parking increase would not impact locals. But I think for those visitors that are coming to enjoy our beautiful community for a day trip or whatnot, there might be an opportunity for us to increase revenue there. So it doesn't need to be voted on or a seconder at this time? No?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can raise this during notice of motions for consideration.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other further? Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, are we allowed to have discussion on that motion at this time?
Through Madam Chair, not at this time.
Okay, so if there's no, go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to the clerk. So when we are able to have that discussion, are we able to make or suggest friendly amendments?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Smith, absolutely at that time.
Or just an amendment, no friendly amendments really, but.
When that motion is considered, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further comments on this particular report, read the motion that the report titled Recommendation Report 2022 Year-End Report to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 13th, 2023 be received, and that the estimated carryover transfers, year-end deficits, and surplus as noted in tables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 included below be approved for transfers either to or from reserves as specified in the tables, and that the carryover amounts be authorized for expenditure in 2023 in relation to the appropriate project should the carryover not have been captured in the 2023 final budget due to timing of budget approval and closing of prior fiscal year end. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay, so I'll now move to item 6.4.11, which was pulled by Councillor DeLeo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair Snell. I pulled this item because it's been weighing heavily on me. Many residents have reached out to me with their concerns in regards to the proposed tax increase of 2023. After much consideration and having the privilege to represent the residents of Wasaga Beach, I will be voting in opposition of this budget. It was a difficult decision for me to make, but feel it's the right one for me. The pandemic has hit so many with difficult times and thus will continue to do so. As a resident myself, I believe the increases in different areas and expenses in some of the budget items could be reduced. Therefore, I recommend that it be sent back to staff for review. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am happier about this rate increase than any other household in Wasaga Beach. I campaigned with the promise of keeping taxes affordable and services reliable in the town, but doing so, I learned from people that I visited during campaign of all the things that they felt we were missing, and I think that our priorities have spoken very well to those options. I feel, and I think most of council probably, I shouldn't speak for council, but we know this was going to be a tough budget year. We are getting additional percentages in there that we've kind of inherited, and I know that we will do our best going forward to make sure that we're not going to see these kind of increases year after year after year. So I just wanted to state that at the budget consultation. I was asked why I didn't speak at that meeting, and I will never reiterate something that council has said and said and said. Just to hear myself speak, but I do want to make that quite clear that I'm not happy with this budget, but I feel that it is the important thing to do at this time to move this town forward.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor White?
I also echo the 8.6 or whatever increase as being, a lot to pass along to the taxpayer, and it is an unfortunate situation to be in. However, I am very pleased with the work that is done in the budget to address the problems in the past that have led us to this situation and will put us into a better foot moving forward to having a town hall that is an enjoyable place to work. It is efficient and cost savings down the road. So I will be voting very much in favor of this, but I do acknowledge what you're saying, and it is a difficult time, but I am looking beyond today and into the future and hoping that we will do better as a town.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any other further comments or questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to state that I too have the honor and privilege, as does every member of council, in representing every citizen of our community, whether you supported me or not. I care about you and support and will do my best for you. Staff put a ton of hard work into this budget. And staff have come back to council on several occasions and told us what we needed, what was required, and where they could save, and they did make changes and bring the number down to where we are today at 8.6%. And I will reiterate and repeat myself that no council, I can't imagine any member of council here or anywhere else for that matter, having to tell the folks of their community in this time or any time that they're faced with an 8.6% tax increase. But it's important, I think, to point out a few things once again. 50% of this budget, 4.3%, is based on the Arena Library project. And again, I want to reiterate that I absolutely 100% support having the new arena and library. My past council, when I had the privilege and honor of being mayor before, started the work process of taking library folks and arena folks around to other communities to look at other libraries and arenas to make sure that we could encompass and get everything that they thought and we thought was required, and that included members of council and staff as well. But again, we said that we would build this when we received funding from other levels of government, like every other municipality in the country, in the province. I do believe, just yesterday, there was an announcement in maybe Mississauga building a community-type project of about $61 million and received $45 million from the province for this. This is as recent as yesterday. So it's not like the concept is old and it's gone and it's not there anymore. It's still there, and it's happening all the time. Yet we have not been successful at that. So be it. The Arena Library is being built. We've had the opportunity to tour it. It's going to be an absolute phenomenal facility for the good folks of Wasaga Beach. Staff and council, I'm sure, are going to work very hard to make sure that we use it as much as we possibly can, and that we find ways to recoup dollars through that building to help pay for it. But the reality is 8.6, 4.3 is Arena Library. The other 4.3%, if you look across the county of Simcoe, 16 municipalities, and you include the two separated cities of Barrie and Orillia, the average, I believe, is 4.79% tax increase, with only 6 other municipalities less than us. Could be 7, could be 5, but thereabouts. So we're right in line with what we have control over to be able to move forward with every other municipality in these times. And it's important, I can't stress enough, it's important that people understand that. Because there isn't a municipality out there today who's having an easy task with budgets. The only municipality that hasn't completed, I think they might pass theirs today, will be Agilitas or Ontio. So included in this 50% that we control, we're looking at proper staffing levels. We're looking at infrastructure that is needed to be built or improved or repaired and brought up to date. We're looking at maintaining a quality of service we have today and making that better, creating an operational excellence for our community and our citizens. There's a whole lot in that budget that happens whether we like it or not. The town of Wasaga Beach is an amazing community, and it is a fast-paced community, and it is moving forward at lightning speed. Our growth is unprecedented throughout the province, the country, and North America, and has been for many years. And whether we like it or not, that growth is happening. And that's not necessarily our choice. That is mandated on us by the provincial government and higher levels of government. And not just us, but all communities. But why are we number one in growth? Because we're an amazing community. We have so much to offer. And we have to keep up with that. And so I understand that we don't like an 8.6% budget. I hate an 8.6% budget. But the prudent thing, the fiscally responsible thing for this council to do, and the reason we were elected, is to make the tough decisions. And this is a tough decision because we know, as we are out in our community and we're speaking to our residents, and especially our more vulnerable residents, our seniors, and those who are maybe less fortunate than others, that this is really not good for them. But we have to look at our community on the whole. We have to make sure that we're maintaining the services. We have to be sure that our fire department is number one, because when you call for medical help or a fire, you expect someone to be there. Just yesterday, they saved another life. Why? They were there. They were probably there prior to the paramedics. That's not a slight to paramedics. They are overworked. They are busy as can be. But can you imagine if we didn't have the quality of fire department we had? We probably or could have lost another soul in this community yesterday. Madam Chair, I could go on and on about why this is fiscally responsible. It's a tough decision, but it's the right thing to do. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Just to clarify, Councillor DeLeo, in your phrasing, in your statement, you did you mentioned that you wanted to refer, like an action of referring this budget back to staff for further consideration. Are you putting that forward as a motion? Okay, so if that's the case, then we would need a seconder. On the first motion? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Blanchet, sorry, and then we'll move to Councillor DeLeo's motion.
Yes, thank you. I think we all talk to a lot of residents, and if you drive around our community, one of the things that many residents have referred to me is that we're worn. We're outdated. Our brick and mortar no longer meets the expectation for many of our tourist guests. Our natural assets, of course, are second to none. The long-term solution to tax increases is that we cannot stay 94 or 95% reliant on residential property tax. We have to reinvigorate our tourism industry and all of those spin-off businesses that support it and the jobs that support it. And the one thing I've learned on being on council and talking to residents is many people don't understand the difference between a cost and an investment. And how investment works is you need to make the investment to generate those very positive things to follow. And our staff have guided council in making the proper investment to move our town forward, which I have heard 1,000,000 times from residents that we need to move forward. So I am very excited and look forward and to be held accountable for what we accomplish in this term of council. And I feel very fortunate to the staff team and to the council I have to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Is there any further comments on this particular motion before we move forward with Councillor DeLeo's? No, seeing none? Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor DeLeo's motion, which is providing direction for the budget to be returned back to staff for further consideration and then to come back to council? Is there a seconder for that? Okay, seeing none, that motion dies. We'll go back to the original. We're still with the original motion? Okay, so we're fine. Okay, great. Further comment? Go ahead. Mayor Smith?
If I may, I'll look to the clerk for guidance here. No one seconded Councillor DeLeo's motion. I would be happy to second it to get it on the floor, to have it voted on, but are we too late for that?
No, you could still second. It wouldn't require reconsideration because it hasn't been considered, so that's fine. If you decide you want to
Then
second.
I'd be happy to second that to get it on the floor.
Okay, so that motion is now on the floor and it's up for discussion. Does anybody have anything to comment or to question or to add to that? Seeing none, let's call a vote then. All those in favor of the motion to refer the budget back to staff for further work to bring back to council, all those in favor? It's one. Those opposed? And that motion fails. Thank you. Okay, so that the report titled Recommendation Report 2023 Proposed Operating and Capital Budgets to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 13th, 2023 be received, and that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council approve the proposed 2023 operating and capital budget. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Timms and seconded by Councillor White. All those in favor? And that carries with one opposed. Councillor DeLeo opposed. Okay, and so this concludes the General Government Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole, and I'll now pass the chair back to Mayor Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have one motion that I will go through before we break for 30 minutes. And it is 7.1, the resolve the Committee of the Whole session rise and move into council session to receive a report on the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole session. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor Belanger, all in favor? Carries unanimously. We'll now take a 30-minute break, and we will... I'm sorry?
If we could return for 1:15.
Oh, okay, so a little more than 30 minutes. We'll return at 1:15. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, you know. So maybe my understanding is that it's not pecuniary, which is financial. Yeah. Then you don't have to, there's no conflict of interest.
No, but you can still decide to.
Sure,
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just going to make sure. Yeah, that was her intent. Yeah, and then.
So when we go back to, when the other, I think that there's more support to get out.
No, that was going, but you were okay with the other 250, it's like, yeah.
And I get that, but I know how council last year.
So it's really just for things that can expose.
And it happens in county sometimes.
So once the break in,
Second is to get on the floor.
Yeah, and procedurally, that was totally fine, because it's not like a reconciliation, you just decide to do seconds. And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Good afternoon and welcome back, everybody. We'll carry on with the council portion of this meeting, and we're now at item number 8, council session. 8.1, consideration and adoptions of committee of the whole recommendations. And I'll look to our clerk to read that motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We will consider the recommendations arising from the Committee of the Whole. There will be 3 motions due to the conflict of interest declared by Councillor Timms and the discussion surrounding the budget. The first motion for consideration, resolved that the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole session for the meeting of April 13th, 2023 be adopted as resolutions of Council, except for item 6.46, the Economic Development Officer's report regarding the Wasaga Beach Farmers Market Agreement, and item 6.4.11, the 2023 proposed operating and capital budgets, 4-year operational plan, and 10-year capital plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor White and Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 9. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, that's right. There's another one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now consideration for the Economic Development Officer's report regarding the Wasaga Beach Farmers Market, report number JCAC 2023, April 12-11. The motion for consideration, that Council approve an agreement with the Wasaga Beach Farmers Market to allow a farmers market to operate seasonally at the Rexplex parking lot located at 1724 Mosley Street for a 4-year term with an option to renew for an additional 4 years.
You've heard the motion. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Belanger, all in favor. Motion carries unanimously, and we'll note that Councillor Timms is backed away from the table.
One more.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. And the last motion for consideration arising from the Committee of the Whole, that Council approve the proposed 2023 operating and capital budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'll ask for a mover and a seconder on this. Councillor White, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? Opposed? That carries 6-1. Sorry, 5-1, with Councillor Ego being away.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item number 9, the consent list and agenda. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member requests in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in the section for this matter for consideration. We do have one item that has been pulled, and that's item number 2350. 23-50 has been pulled by Councillor DeLeo, and that's with respect to the budget. And so other than that item, and the farmers market, which we've dealt with, correct. Thank you. So we've pulled that. I'll read the recommendation for the rest of the consent list. It is resolved that council session of joint committee of the whole and council hereby receive the April 13, 2023 consent list, item 9, and that all recommendations contained herein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and which will be voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. And we now will go to bylaw 2350, which was pulled by Councillor DeLeo. Councillor DeLeo, do you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I've said all I had to say earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will then, do we have that motion for the bylaw, for the agenda, or for the budget? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. It is taped on the bottom, literally. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. All right, it is resolved that bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required for all municipal purposes during the 2023 year be received and to be deemed and read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 23-50. Move in a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry? Yeah, I realize that. I'm just trying to find it here. We go 23-49. So I'm not seeing that motion. Do you want to just read it, Madam Clerk? Or Madam Deputy Clerk, sorry?
Thank you, Your Worship. We resolve that a bylaw to authorize the execution of a lease agreement between the Town of Wasaga Beach and the Wasaga Beach Farmers Market for land use lease at the town-owned Recplex Community Center parking lot to operate a seasonal farmers market be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered 2023-49.
And of course, as soon as you started to read it, I found it. Move and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And again, note that Councillor Tim stepped away from the table during that vote. All right, we're now moving on to item number 10, matters for consideration. We have none. And then item 10.1, adoption of minutes, we have none. Item 10.2, bylaws, which we've just dealt with, those two bylaws. And then on to item number 11, council requests staff reports and notices of motion. And I do believe that Deputy Mayor Snell wants to speak here. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to put forward a motion to direct staff to research and report back on options of increasing parking fees for all municipal parking lots and to review and report on options to revisit a tourism tax on accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any questions or comments? All right, oh, sorry, Councillor Timms?
A quick comment, Your Worship. The tourist destination marketing fee it was a recommendation in the tourist destination management plan from 2018. So I think it's my hope that staff will refer back to that document. Just also a comment that the Advisory Council for Tourism is beginning this month again. And that's one of the things that I know the Economic Development Officer wants to put on the table, the TDM plan.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. You're correct. And in 2018, we did an extensive look at that, and so it would be great for council or for staff to bring that forward so we can have a look at that as well. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to Deputy Mayor, I think that's a really great idea. You know, we've really talked about this in our community quite a bit, having an accommodation tax. There is a large opportunity here for this to be applied unevenly in our business sector with regards to traditional accommodation providers versus bed and breakfasts, Airbnbs and whatnot, as we can't enforce it really well. I know that as a council, we're also discussed in our priorities. So look at leveling the playing field between Airbnbs, bed and breakfast, and traditional when it comes to how they operate with the town. So I would actually offer to, I don't know if this is a friendly amendment, but to say to coincide with an actual short-term rental property policy and bylaw with regards to regulating these and then being able to apply the tax there. I'm not too sure, but I would hate to see that if you have a motel operator having to have increased costs of goods because he has to pass along a tax that an Airbnb wouldn't. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Or sorry, Madam Clerk, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. The request for a staff report to be brought back does require a seconder at this time. If we want to add the friendly amendment, we can do that, after we had a seconder.
All right, thank you. So it is moved by Deputy Mayor Snell. Can we have a seconded by Councillor White? All right, Councillor White's given his position and his thoughts. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Will we vote now, or will we see about making these amendments first?
No, we can have the discussion, and then we can ask the mover if she agrees to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Timms.
Your Worship, I received a phone call yesterday from one of our tourist operators who's been here for many years, runs a wonderful accommodation, and she was expressing to me how she felt that there's no town support and et cetera, and I let her know about some of the positive things that are happening moving forward. I think it's important to let people understand that that tourist destination management fee, 50% of what's collected goes into marketing to get people to come to our town. The other 50% is for supporting infrastructure. So it's good for people to understand it's not just an extra hit that's going to just, not make any positive changes. So I really look forward to seeing a report come back.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, just further to Councillor White's friendly amendment suggestion, I'm in total agreement. I believe right now in Wasaga Beach, a lot of our accommodation stock is unlicensed and often operating outside of a tourism zone. And I think it would be certainly very unfair to take establishments that are known and to us and add additional costs and have these non-licensed illegal operations benefit from the marketing we do. So I think it is a little bigger problem, and related to the parking, that certainly we need to take a look at what's going on in other municipalities. But one of my concerns is right now we have great concern from residents that overflow parking is being pushed to side streets, creating a lot of problems, and there's that balance. If we go a little too high on parking, then do we have a lot of people looking for a lower cost alternative that creates other impacts? Mind you, maybe our bylaw can tell us how much additional revenue they could drive from that, I'm not sure. But in any event, those are my comments.
All right, any other comments? Councillor Timms?
Last thing for me, Your Worship, I think it will be important that when staff is looking at short-term accommodations and rentals, that it's not just one department that focuses on it. Bylaw is very important, but also economic development and tourism, and there's probably other departments that need to be part of that conversation.
Absolutely. Other questions or comments? You're absolutely right. When we look at, I guess first of all, we have ideas come in our head, and then when we start to discuss it, we realize how difficult it can be to implement some of these things. And I'm a big believer that there's no sense in having bylaws and rules and regulations and licensing fees and whatnot if we can't enforce it. So I'm excited and looking forward to a fulsome report coming back to council on how we're going to deal with all these issues. I'm also confident that staff will, anything we're thinking of now, they've probably already thought of. But with respect to parking, I'd like to make an amendment there as well, if the Deputy Mayor would be open to that, that in considering the increase in parking, that we also consider decreasing, if not making free, parking for our residents full-time, and how we might go about doing that. Residents are faced this year, as we know, with an 8.6% increase, and not all our residents go to the beach or use our parking, but I think a lot more might if they didn't have to pay for that. And let's face it, we live in a tourist town, which we love and enjoy, as do millions of others from around the country, and if not around the world. And our full-time citizens, they pay a price for that. And so I think it's probably high time that as we look at increasing costs for parking, if possible, and we also look at decreasing costs and what that means overall. It'd be nice to find a comfortable level of increase that would cover off the costs of our full-time residents and then still generate more revenue than we are today. Parking is a big money revenue generator for just about every organization, every municipality there is now, when we have to look outside of taxes to generate revenues, hospitals, you name it. So I would like to put forth that amendment if possible. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would definitely be open to having that amendment so that our treasurer and their team are able to look at what the revenues are from the parking permits from residents and to do a full cost comparison of both revenue opportunities and also what would be lost if that option was made available for free parking for residents. Thank you.
You, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you mentioned about the free parking for the residents, that was music to my ears. I'm 100% for that. Let's give our residents a bit of a relief and enjoy the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor White?
Yeah, I agree. We know with, thank you, Your Worship. Tourism here, a lot of the day trippers, they don't leave much behind other than some rubbish on the beach and maybe some parking revenue. So that would be a great way. The residents of Wasaga Beach do need to benefit from tourism. And if free parking is that, and if we can lessen the tax burden on our fine folks by collecting a tax from outsiders, that's even more music to my ears. So I'm glad we're having this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, have you worked your magic?
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciating that the Deputy Mayor has agreed to both friendly amendments.
Correct.
The motion on the floor to be considered, that staff be directed to bring back a report addressing the following items: short-term rental accommodations, parking fees for all municipal lots, including free resident parking, and municipal accommodation tax.
Is that suitable to you, Madam Deputy Mayor, your motion?
Yes, obviously, when in regards to the parking, municipal parking lots, it would be options to be able to increase. I'd like to see the word increase just as an actionable. Thank you.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Shall I start over? Okay. So we have nothing further there, and we're now moving to item number 12, which is our closed session. And we do have a resolution resolved that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the April 13th, 2023 Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: Integrity Commissioner training and Integrity Commissioner training, beachfront lease matter, 13 Beach Drive, and a beachfront lease rate matter, 3 Main Street, a former Dome site. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White, Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Sorry, Your Worship. Sorry, Your Worship. There is also one set of minutes enclosed as well.
I'm sorry, yes,
March
we'll
30th.
also be dealing with the minutes from the March 30th closed session. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. All right, you've heard that. Again, all in favor? Carries unanimously. We'll now take a couple of minutes to move into closed session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome back, everybody. We've just come out of closed session, and we do have a rise and report from that, which I'm going to allow our clerk to read. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session to discuss the following matters: closed session minutes for March 30th, 2023, and Integrity Commissioner training pursuant to Section 239, 3.1 of the Municipal Act. There is nothing further to report on these two matters. Council also discussed the following two municipal property matters pursuant to Section 239, 2C of the Municipal Act. The first one, lease negotiations for 13 Beach Drive. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before Council for consideration. That Council approve a one-year lease agreement with 94006069 Canada Incorporated, care of Dan Danella, for 13 Beach Drive at a lease rate of $83,550, inclusive of base rent, realty taxes, and marketing fees, and that a bylaw to execute the agreement be brought forward.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now moving on to item number 13, departmental staff reports. I'm sorry? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You've heard the motion. Mover and seconder. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll move on to departmental staff reports. 13 point. It's a long day. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council also discussed lease negotiations for lands located at 3 Main Street. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before Council for consideration. That Council approve a 3-year lease agreement with 2578363 Ontario Inc. Beach Bar for the lands located at 3 Main Street at a lease rate of $30,198.75, inclusive of base rent, realty taxes, and marketing fees, with a 5% increase in years 2 and 3, and that 100% of the capital improvements estimated at $36,000 be paid up front by the lessee, payable by July 1st, 2023, and that a bylaw to execute the agreement be brought forward.
You've heard that motion. Any questions or comments? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I find it quite amazing that this company come to us before and spent tens of thousands of their own dollars creating the original beach bar, and not only have it lease terminated early and essentially thrown into the dumpster. And here they are again, offering to re-establish their beach bar and paying tens of thousands of dollars of their own hard-earned money to upgrade the lot so that they can operate a beach bar down there, given what's happened to them in the past. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do this summer, and I can't believe they're back at the table, but I wish them very well.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm too excited to have them. They promote the Wasaga name provincially, and I believe they even have some outlets outside of the province now. So I think this is a complement to that, and hopefully they're very successful in both the beach bar and their distribution of Wasaga One.
Thank you. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to commend staff on the work that's been done to lease the properties along the beach, as well as animate both ends of the beach. I think that this is going to be a great summer in our community, and it's going to be a real boost to our tourist businesses, and we're starting to see the invigoration of tourism again, I hope.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Much like Councillor Timms, I also commend staff in being able to see what has been typically a vacant dead space, creating no revenue at all, to suddenly be able to bring this insurgence of much needed funds. So thank you very much for that. And personally, I am so excited that they're back, because they have been sorely missed in the last few years since departure.
Thank you. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm excited to see them come to the beach. I've never been to the original. So, yeah, I don't get out much. So I'm just so excited just to have a place to hang out, and I think it's amazing for the residences to go. We now have a place to go. It's not just for tourism, but it's very important that the residents have a good place to go and have fun and mingle And maybe, who knows, we might do Friends of Wasaga there and all get together. So I'm really excited to see that.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilor DeLeo. No other comments or questions? I will make a few. I am too excited, but I'm excited not just because the beach bar is coming back, but I'm excited that our staff and Giuliano Duni, our beachfront manager in particular, have done an amazing job this year at getting all of our buildings filled, increasing the value of those leases, so more money into the pockets of ratepayers, and you know, working hard to create an area that is going to be fun for tourists, but more importantly for our full-time residents. And you know, we've got a lot of places in Wasaga Beach in the winter to go and in the summer to go, but tourism is our one and only industry. And what I can tell you is that the more tourists we can attract by having a busy, hustling, bustling beachfront and main beach area is only going to bring more dollars into the pockets of every business in town. And I'm a big believer that flies attract flies, and the more people that come and want to be there, the more people that will come and want to be there. So I just want to look to staff, if I may, to get some clarification on this lease, because I know there's a lot of chatter out there on Facebook, which absolutely surprises and shocks me, but there is. And some mistruths, I guess, is the best way to put it, with respect to our beachfront and our leases, and particularly this particular situation. So if I can look to staff, maybe the Deputy CAO to make some comments. I know it's important to note that although the report that was in the agenda and came to Council, as the public have learned, we've gone back with basically a counter offer. So although we're excited, we're not there yet. These folks have to accept this, and hopefully they do. But it's important to note that they will be paying their full way like everybody else, as they did back in 2014. They paid for every bit of that construction and their leasehold improvements, contrary to what other people want to say and try to have people believe. And the proof in that is that when their lease was terminated early with a demolition clause because the land was needed, and here we are today, the town had to give them back some $14,000 or $15,000 for those leasehold improvements. But Mr. CAO, if you could comment, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. And, you know, from a staff perspective, Giuliano's done an outstanding job, and I'm certainly glad that Council recognizes that effort, because I know working with Giuliano the past couple of months, it's not been an easy task, and he's done a great job. So, again, thank you for your work in this. One of the challenges, of course, when reports come to Council, of course, is we've got to get it to the clerk's office, you know, a week ago Wednesday. And so when we're dealing with leases, they're active, they're engaged, negotiations are going onwards. And so from a staff perspective, we recognize that we had to get the report in so we get this opportunity in front of Council. And so the report lands, but then Giuliano's working with the, you know, the potential tenants, you know, through the course of time, chatting about different options, what we can do, and conversations go on. So, you know, the report that came to Council has changed, and Council is now making a counter offer that I think will be accepted by the tenant. And I think from a perspective of our residents, we had a property that was not drawing any income at all, and actually maybe even a wee bit of a burden on the municipalities now, drawing revenue. And to everybody's point here at the table, is going to be a place where residents can come, enjoy a pint of beer, watch the sunsets, tourists can come, and it activates the beach. And I think that's very important, that as we come out of COVID, that we are creative and we are hardworking, as Giuliano has been in this particular file, you know, to make good things happen. And he's done it in a manner that I think will allow the town to benefit financially and allow residents to enjoy the comfort of a bar throughout the summer. So I think it's been a good back and forth between the tenant and Council as you negotiate here, and I think we'll get this deal done. And maybe I think Giuliano, after all this hard work, might be the first guy enjoying a beer at that bar. Thank you, Your Worship.
So no pressure on Giuliano. All right. All right. So you have heard the question. It has, the motion. Can we have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're now moving on to bylaws. Sorry, we have, yes, item number 13, departmental staff reports. We do have two. First one, the motion that the report titled Beachfront Lease Renewal 13, Beach Drive Upper to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting April 13th, 2023 be received. Mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Motion carries. And item number 13.2, that the reported titled New Beachfront Lease 3 Main Street, former Dome site, to the Joint Committee of Whole and Council meeting April 13th, 2023 be received. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 14, bylaws. 14.1 is resolved that a bylaw to authorize the execution of lease agreements be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 2023-51. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Timms, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to confirmatory bylaws, item number 15.1, resolved that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach at its regular meeting held April 13th, 2023 be received and be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 2023-52. A move and a seconder, please. Councillor Belanger, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor. That motion also carries unanimously, and I'm happy to say this meeting is adjourned.